Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, economy and health. These are two main topics for the upcoming 2 days, which we will discuss together with distinguished guests and experts. Many often, the economy for us means a lot of activities that are to introduce assets and then manage them in our system. As an American philosopher, Emerson said that the first wealth is health. That is our topic for the upcoming 2 days of Congress. My name is David Kutre, and it is my great pleasure to be the moderator for you for the 2 days of our Congress. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you in the second edition of the International Congress Health and Economy. It was initiated by Open Eyes Economy and organized by the Warsaw School of Economics and Open Eyes Economy Summit in the city of Warsaw in order to find synergies between the health, security, and economy-related security. This edition is dedicated to the holistic approach to prevention. For 2 days, we will discuss about the thesis that is it better to prevent than treat? Is it true? So we will address many prevention-related concepts and the healthy cities as centers of public health. Honorary patronage was provided by the Minister of Health, Izabela Leszczyna, and Ministry of Sport and Tourism. Warsaw Medical University, Academy of Physical Education in Warsaw are the patrons, as well as the Warsaw School of Economics, LuxMed Group, and employers of the Republic of Poland. Thank you for your trust. Dziennik Gazeta Prawna, Med.Onet, Gazeta Prawna, TVP3 Warszawa, Architecture and Business, Super Business, and Health Politics, politykazdrowotna.com are the media partners. Gospodarka and Zdrowie is the Congress where you will be able to experience the health-related events. So you will be able to use a lot of free of charge exams. On the first day of Congress today, the physical education school will provide a lot of tests to check the health and endurance. These are both provided in 152 room in the building that we are here. We invite you also to Warsaw Economy Summit store where you can buy great books. So I hope these 2 days will be fruitful. This is the opening session, and it is for me a great honor and pleasure to invite to the stage the rector of Warsaw School of Economics, Professor Piotr Wachowiak. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to all people who are here in the room and people from other worlds, which means people who are with us online. It is a real pleasure for me to open the Congress for the second time. It's the Congress that features economy and health, two words that are really strictly related with one another. I would to thank a mayor of Warsaw, the president of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski, and Renata Kazanowska, deputy president. Thank you for a successful 2-year-long cooperation in organizing this Congress. It wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for Professor Jerzy Hausner, a friend, honoris doctor of our School of Economics, and in this case, the head of the program council. Thank you, Professor. I also thank Dr. Anna She's PhD recently, Anna Rurkiewicz, the president of LuxMed, and she also co-organizes the Congress with us. Pracodawcy RP with President Dudkiewicz. Thank you very much. I'm really happy that we managed to invite to cooperation 3 great schools and universities, which are the Academy of Physical Education, Józef Piłsudski Physical Education Academy. I want to thank Bartosz Molik, the dean. Thank you for your involvement and congratulations also. You were selected recently for the second mandate of the dean for 2024-2028. My congratulations. Additionally, I want to thank Professor Zbigniew Gaciąg, the rector, dean of the Warsaw Medical University, and Professor Michał Zasada, the dean of Warsaw School of Rural Economy. We've worked together on preparation of the program of this Congress. I want to thank our guests who came from other countries. I'm really happy that we have scientists not only from Poland, we have local authorities representatives, we have organizations for health protection, we have representatives of business. So I'm sure that the discussion in the Congress will be a very fruitful one. The topic of the Congress reflects the most important topics in the economy and health. Apart from that, it reflects the interests of those 4 universities or schools and the interests of the city of Warsaw. And as we've heard, we will discuss health prevention. So what we'll remember from this Congress after 2 days will be the word prevention. In health prevention, health-related prevention of employees, health prevention through physical activity, food-related prevention, and city as the health center for the inhabitants. These are really interesting topics. I'd like to welcome you also on behalf of the Minister of Health, Izabela Leszczyna. She is indeed very sorry, but at 9, there's the sitting of the European Commission on the national plan for recovery. It is really important for us to obtain the funds and to use them well. We understand the priority of that meeting. The absence of the Minister of Health is absolutely justified. Madam Minister really wanted to be with us today. However, Deputy Minister Katarzyna Kacperczyk will visit us. Right now, she's also in the sitting of the Commission. She said she would end her involvement there sooner to visit us. Welcome again, really warmly. I wish to all of us a lot of satisfaction from the 2 days of Congress. I hope it will be interesting for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The host of the place that we are at gave us opening speech, and I invite to the floor Renata Kazanowska, the Deputy Mayor of Warsaw. Your Magnificence, Rector, Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of the Congress, Economy and Health, on the behalf of Mayor, the President of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski, and in my own name, I want to welcome you in our beautiful city. I'm really happy that it's the second time that Warsaw hosts this Congress, which is important to us. It is important to the local government authorities. And as the rector mentioned, it wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for the cooperation with the Warsaw School of Economics. Thank you for that. And the foundation of Economy and Public Administration. These are the creators of the Congress. I remember the day when you came to me and we were planning the first edition of the Congress together. This year, which is a really special time for us that this Congress is taking place, we talk about prevention in a holistic way. It is incredibly important because we all benefit in many areas from that. What is of immense importance is that prevention is not only health protection. It is much, much more. What is most important affects us all as individuals and affects businesses, the small ones, the big ones. It affects the whole economy. This year's Congress will address that. I'm really happy and I'm grateful that the Program Council made this decision to have experts on the panels together with business people, politicians, local authorities, representatives. We are closest to the inhabitants of our cities and we care for elaborating together in a consensus debate assumptions and use them as the guidelines. We really benefit from them when we define our policies. This is really important for us. The city of Warsaw has had an opportunity to win an important index of healthy cities, and there are very many areas included. And the success was largely due to the fact that the way we approach health is a really consistent way in many areas, not only in the health policy, prevention and health protection, but also through environmental protection and climate protection, transportation. We are really happy because what we come up with in a congresses like that serves to us in acting on to the benefit of the inhabitants of our city. Thank you again, and I wish you really good debates and discussions. I hope for really constructive conclusions. Thank you, and see you in the following panels. Thank you very much for your opening words. We are still in our inauguration sessions. In a moment, in this session, we will hear about health and aging of older Europeans, importance of prevention. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Axel Borsch-Suppan, who came to us from Munich Research Institute for Economics of Aging and Share Analysis.
Wielu ciekawych inspiracji.
Dzień dobry, Mayor, Magnificence, dear Congress participants. It's a great honor to be here and introduce this Congress, talk about health, prevention, productivity, and aging. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Let's first start with demographics, because that is where aging starts. When I looked at the population pyramid of Poland, I was really amazed. It's very different from other countries. And you're actually right now in a position where, I come from Germany, where we can only envy you. Because there are so many people age 40, plus minus, which are really in the age where people usually think this is the high productive age. So you're in a great situation right now. But that will change, and it will change massively. Here from the OECD, what's called the old age dependency ratio, this is the number of working age people divided by the number of old people divided by the people in working age. And if you look around, in the long run, Poland will be one of the oldest countries in the world, only surpassed by Japan, but way older than, for example, Germany, France, Italy, even Italy. So it's an amazing change which is ahead. And that needs, in some sense, that's the theme of the Congress, prevention, thinking ahead of time and being aware that this change will happen. What are the economic implications? I think everybody of you knows if there are many old people but only few in working age, this makes financing pensions, health care, long-term care pretty hard. And it will require sooner or later higher contributions to the pension system, probably lower benefits, including higher retirement ages. That is nothing politicians like, but it may happen. I want to actually focus on a different implication, which you start feeling even in Poland, but very much so in Germany right now, which is there will be a severe lack of workers. Very hard to think of, but there will be just fewer plumbers, fewer whatever. And that creates lower economic growth. It creates shortages on the labor market, but also in the product market. And it creates inflation because it puts more pressure on those few people who are actually working. There are also people who are afraid that these working age people will have lower productivity and lower and worse health than now. And that is sort of what I want to put your eyes on right now. Actually, let me show in between just the size of the problem. In Germany right now, this is the slide here, you have about 1.2 million exits from the labor market and about 800,000 entries in the labor market. Last year, this year, and the next 8 years. That's what you see on the slide. That means year by year, Germany is losing 400,000 workers. Over the 10 years, 4 million. That's about 10% of our workforce. Now, this happens right now in Germany, and it will happen in Poland in 10 years. You see the first things coming. I was told that there are already some shortages on the labor market, but it will be dramatic in 10 years. So the important message which I want to convey today, and if you are only listening to this message, I've done already my job, is you need to preserve and increase working capacity of the individuals which are now about age 40 over the next 10, 15 years. That will be very important. And that means keeping their productivity and keeping their health. And I will talk about both very briefly, about the role of education, the role of prevention. Very obviously, productivity and health is really important to keep those few workers which are still in an aging economy. So I could stop at this point, but being a scientist, I give you two more pieces of evidence sort of to show what is going on here. And that is not that straightforward. So one is productivity. And the message here is productivity in an aging society does not decline because each individual gets lower productivity as they age. Surprisingly, that is not the case, but because the environment of the economy will change. There will be more money in Social Security and pensions and less in education, and that actually harms productivity. It's not that the single person gets less productive with age. An important message. So we actually did a lot of work on this in the car manufacturing industry, in the insurance industry, and what you see is that productivity actually even slightly increases up to the age of 60 when most people go into retirement. Thereafter, we know very little. Same holds in the service sector. Actually, interestingly, you see that in interesting jobs, productivity increases with age. In boring jobs, it decreases with age. But for the majority of people, it just simply stays flat. And this is done by management. This is what you teach actually in the School of Economics, like this one, how to manage a workforce so that they stay flat, the productivity. But if you look at aging societies, if you look at entire countries, then you see that productivity declines by age. And the reason is very simple, as I said before. Less investment is done in productivity, in education. More money is spent on pensions and healthcare. And that actually changes productivity of an entire country. It's not the people, but it's the environment. That's message one on productivity. Message two is on health. And I actually use the SHARE data, Survey of Health Retirement, in Europe. And what you see is obvious. Health declines with age, unfortunately so, but it does slowly. And there's one more point. These are three different measures of health, and the lowest one is actually a physical kind of health measure, which is very precise, which is different from the very first one on the top, which is subjective health. But you see that these health all decline with age, slowly but steadily. But if you look at the beginning of the graph and the end of the graph, that is sort of the span of health. And you see that the very healthy at age 70 are way more healthy than the unhealthy at age 60. It is not per se age which dominates health, but it's the heterogeneity in the population from the very beginning which makes people healthy or unhealthy. And that tells you a lot about prevention. Prevention has to be concentrated on those who need it. And there are quite a few, actually, if you look at this graph. And it's highly correlated with education. But my message is even stronger. What I want to say is prevention needs that you know your health. Now, what are the most important and sort of harming illnesses in the age between 40 and 60? I'm not talking about older ages, like myself. Well, I looked in the data, compared various countries using our SHARE data of all European countries, and I was shocked. This is the sum of the prevalence of cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and chronic kidney disease. These are the worst and most expensive illnesses in relatively young age, between 40 and 60. And Poland performs fairly badly here. It has a high proportion of diabetes, high proportion of cardiovascular diseases, but also a high proportion of chronic kidney diseases, which usually ends up in cardiovascular problems. Now, the other thing with what you see is there is a high degree of that people don't even know that they have diabetes or chronic kidney disease. So the number I found in our data is by asking people, what diseases do you have? Did the doctor ever told you? And looking at the blood of the people. So we look at, in diabetes, we look at the blood sugar, and we find that about 10% of the people who have diabetes don't know about it. That is the first case of failure of prevention. And this is even worse for chronic kidney diseases. That's the right graph here, where it's about 80%. 80% of the people who have chronic kidney diseases don't know it. We know because we look in the blood, we find cystatin at very high levels, and we can compare that with the knowledge people have about their illnesses. So my message here is the first step of prevention is to actually look at people and know what they have regular health exams. This is the first step of prevention and the most important one. So let me stop here. The key policy lesson is to realize the need to preserve and to increase working capacity of individuals age 40 plus, between 40 and 60. Keep their productivity by spending money on education for the young people, the few young people who come in, but also education for those remaining in the workforce, further education between age 40 and age 60, so they stay productive to the very end. And of course, it's health. Health is a primary ingredient into staying productive, and that needs prevention. And prevention needs to know what the health status of each person is. So let me stop here. Let me congratulate for the Congress here and say dziękuję with my little Polish I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor, for this speech. Bardzo dziękujemy panu profesorowi za...
Thank you very much, Professor, for your speech. And now, moving on to the next voice during this opening session. Promoting health and disease through a well-being economy will be held by Alba Godfrey, Senior Project Coordinator at EuroHealthNet. The floor is yours, madam.
Good morning. So I'm coming to you from EuroHealthNet, which is the European Partnership for Health, Equity and Wellbeing. And this morning I want to talk to you about well-being. And specifically, what is well-being? What does it mean? What does it mean to us? What does it mean to you? And some of the things that it might mean are health, physical health, mental health. It might mean also access to health, access to social care. Well-being might be also safety and security, the ability to nourish yourself, to take care of your family, to earn a decent income, to do meaningful work, to live in decent housing, to have access to education. Well-being might also mean peace and justice. So what I'm trying to say is that well-being is really complicated. It's a concept that is wide-ranging and that means many things. And it's still pretty early in the morning, so this diagram might be a little bit complicated. So a way to simplify it would be to put it like this. So here you have, in this circle, many of the things that I was talking about. Food, health, education, peace, gender equality, equity. And all of this is our social foundation. These are the things that we need in order to live a healthy life and to flourish, the things that we can't do without. And something else that is critical to our well-being as well is the environment in which we live. So we need a safe and a healthy environment. And this can be seen as an ecological ceiling, to have a safe planet on which we can all live and on which everything, our social foundation, can be built. And so there is a space between the social foundation on the bottom and ecological ceiling on the top. And this space is the safe and just space for humanity. And you might recognize now Kate Raworth's donut economy model here. So this safe and just space can also be called a well-being economy. And I'm sure this won't be news to anyone, but currently we don't have this safe and just space for everyone. If we look at our social foundation, and these are just a few of the elements that make up our social foundation, in the EU in 2022, there were 72.7 million people at risk of poverty, 28.7 million people experiencing severe material and social deprivation, and 27.3 million people living in a household with very low work intensity. So we do not have our social foundation. And if we look at our ecological ceiling, the concept of this ecological ceiling is defined by 9 planetary boundaries that were first proposed by a group of scientists led by the Stockholm Resilience Center. In 2009, they were first proposed. And the boundaries relate to climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, ocean acidification. The framework has been revised several times, and as you can see, it is not going in the right direction. The latest update from 2023 found that we are transgressing 6 out of the 9 planetary boundaries. And what this means is that crossing the boundaries increases the risk of large-scale, abrupt, or irreversible environmental changes. So these boundaries are really critical thresholds, and if we pass them, the risks to people, to our ecosystems are increased. So we've passed 6 out of 9. So clearly this is not fine. Our foundation and our ceiling are both collapsing. This is what our donut currently looks like. We're overshooting our planetary boundaries, and we're falling short on our social foundation. We are overconsuming, we're overproducing, we're fueling inequalities, and material wealth is concentrated in the hands of a limited number of people. We're stuck in a system that values economic growth above people and planetary well-being. So what we need to move towards is this much nicer donut. This is a system in which we remain within our planetary boundaries. We have a strong social foundation for everyone. And it doesn't really matter what you call it. If you call it economy of well-being, well-being economy, going beyond GDP, there are lots of different approaches, different definitions, different actors that are working on these ideas, from the OECD to the WHO, also member states and the EU level itself. But what matters is having an awareness that our current models, our current economic models, are generating environmental and social instability and ill health, as well as inequalities. And having an awareness that we need to move towards a system that enables everyone to live healthy lives on a healthy planet, both now and in the future. Towards a system in which economic growth is no longer seen as an end in and of itself, but as a means to achieving an end. So the argument I'm making is that this concept of well-being that we're talking about a lot this morning can serve as this end, as this objective. It can serve as a compass to ensure that our economies and our systems become better at delivering what people and planet really need. And you might think this is all well and good, but why is a public health professional like myself talking about economics? Because I'm absolutely not an economist. And the reason is because the economy of well-being is about health promotion and disease prevention, which are the concepts that we're talking about today. Securing a social foundation is about addressing the social, environmental, economic, commercial determinants of health. So we know that our health outcomes are heavily influenced by determinants like our economic status, our education, our employment, and also physical environment, the quality of air, quality of water. Securing a well-being economy is about making sure that the conditions in which people are born, they grow, they live, they work, they age, enable them to live healthy, fulfilling lives. And it can also help to prevent a large number of medical conditions, which at the same time reduces burden on healthcare staff, saves resources, and frees up funds. A well-being economy is also about addressing inequalities or inequities in outcome, in income, in education. And, very importantly, it's about developing solutions together with the communities that are affected. It's about engaging with people and co-creating policies and practices that are tailored to people's needs. So this is all about promoting health, preventing disease, so it's not actually so strange that I'm talking about it this morning. And this is EuroHealthNet's mission. We work on promoting health, preventing disease, and reducing inequalities by addressing the determinants of health. And we do this by working with public health institutes from across Europe, and also research organizations, universities, think tanks from across Europe, including several here in Poland. We work across policy, across practice and research, And I don't have time this morning to go into more details of what we do, but if you are interested, please, I'd be very happy to have a chat with you over the next couple of days. But if we go back to our concept of well-being economy, what you might be wondering is, does it work? What is the evidence for this? And so we have some evidence about the costs of not investing in well-being. And again, these are just a few facts and figures from the different elements. So in the EU in 2020, there were 238,000 premature deaths caused by air pollution. In 2022, in the WHO European region, there were 60,000 deaths caused by extreme heat. This figure is on the rise. That will surprise no one. The WHO estimates that this total could double by 2050. In 2022, in the EU, 9.3% of people were unable to keep their homes adequately warm. And this figure has increased quite substantially from 2021, when it was only 6.9%, which is already too much. If we look at a more global level, in 2016, 24%, a quarter of global deaths were linked to the environment. We know that the impacts of climate change are growing, so this figure is also growing. And the impacts of climate change are felt unequally. They're felt more strongly by people who are living in poverty, people who are marginalized, and there's an unequal distribution of the burden of environmental disease across countries in Europe and also globally. So if we want to quantify this, this is the Conference on the Economy. According to the OECD, mental ill health across the EU was equal to 4% of total EU GDP annually, the cost of mental ill health. And 115 billion in economic potential is lost every year due to premature deaths caused by non-communicable diseases across the EU. Looking at a global level, premature mortality due to air pollution cost $2.2 trillion in 2020. So the costs of not investing in well-being are clear. What happens if we do invest in well-being? This is what happens. So an increase in environmental sustainability, mitigation of climate change, conservation of biodiversity, reducing pollution. We help to build resilient communities. We enable societies to better withstand economic shocks, environmental risks, and social challenges. We promote social equity and inclusion. We reduce inequalities. We ensure that the benefits of economic activities are more equally distributed amongst the population. And we enable people to live healthier lives. So these are not just random photos that I plucked off the internet. The one on the left is Iceland in summertime, and the one on the right is a village in Wales. And both Iceland and Wales are part of the Wellbeing Economy Governments Partnership, which is a collaboration of national and regional governments who are interested in exploring ideas around a wellbeing economy and sharing good practices. There are currently 6 governments in this partnership: Iceland, Wales, Scotland, New Zealand, Finland, and Canada. And I don't have time to go into the details of what these governments have put in place to try to advance towards well-being, but there's a lot of interesting elements there, so I do encourage you to take a look if you're interested. Some of them include implementing well-being budgets, new well-being economy indicators, or in Wales, they've put together a Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and a Future Generations Commissioner. And if photos aren't enough to convince you, I also have some figures. It can be quite hard to quantify this. What are the benefits of investing in well-being? Because it's still quite new, and a lot of what we're talking about is in the long term. But we can put together a few figures, and some actors have done this. So the first 2 figures here are projections from the EU based on data from the OECD. And they estimate that in the EU by 2050, they will have made over 58 billion euros in healthcare savings and gained 6 years of increased lifespan through more access to education and lifelong learning. On a global level, the UN estimates that 1 million lives could be saved by 2050 if the goals of the Paris Agreement are met. So the costs pay off. And in fact, the costs should not be referred to as a cost, but more as an investment in well-being of people and planet. So we have the evidence. We have some of the evidence, at least. So how do we do it? How do we move towards this, because this is complicated. It's not the role of one sector or one actor alone. So I'm going to put 5 key priorities, and this is my last slide. There are many elements we could talk about, but I've picked 5 of the most important ones that we need to think about now to move towards well-being economies. The change is systemic, so clearly we need a systems-level approach. And the first element is agreeing on a common vision, having a common conceptualization of well-being as our overarching goal that we want to move towards. And the donut can be a useful tool, but this might also look a little bit different in different places. The second key element is collaboration, also so that we agree on what we want as a vision. We need to collaborate across sectors, across health, economy, like we're doing today, social sector, education, environment, collaborate across different levels, national, international, regional, local, and collaborate with communities. Have this top-down, but also bottom-up approach. Because a well-being economy is collective, it's collaborative, it's participatory. And we need this participation to be meaningful and inclusive. We need to help to identify what matters for current and for future generations and future collective well-being. And it's important to build this trust between governments and communities. Third, we need to legislate and regulate. Legislation can provide a clear mandate to put well-being at the heart of governance and policy. The vision that we have needs to be backed by a budget, by a long-term action plan. And it's important as well to work with the private sector, because some private sector actors will be key to driving change, but some might also be resistant to change. So we need to create a level playing field and encourage a race to the top rather than a race to the bottom. Fourth, all of this needs to be measured so that we can show the impact, so that we have more facts and figures and not just nice photos. And it needs to be monitored. We need to develop or work with new indicators to do this, so that what we're measuring and monitoring is what matters to people, and also so that we can compare across countries and contexts. And there's a lot of work on this that has already been done. We're not starting from scratch. There are a lot of different actors and countries who have put together these new indicators we could use to measure well-being. And finally, and this is also a call to action, we need to provide leadership. We need to provide leadership on the highest levels, from our prime ministers, our ministers of health, and the health sector is really a critical actor in this. But we can provide leadership across all levels. All of us can drive this change in our different capacities across our professional and our personal lives. It is challenging, but we all have agency and power, and the time to act is now. So thanks a lot for having me. It's a delight to be here. It's my first time in Poland, first time in Warsaw, so I'm looking forward to spending the next days with all of you. Thanks.
Inspiring and interesting speech. Szanowni Państwo, przechodzimy do kolejnego.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next speaker. The speaker will tell us about a thesis. Poland, the leading in the change and chronic disease prevention. The fact, myth, or an urgent need. We will hear from it from Wojciech Dryglas, professor from the Public Health Committee at the Polish Academy of Science. Professor, what are the facts in this area? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The title is provocative on purpose. I hope that after my short presentation, you will have your own opinion about it. On an everyday basis, I'm related to 3 universities, and I represent today Public Health Committee of the Polish Academy of Science. And it's good to start with Plato, who is a non-controversial philosopher today. What you have just said, moderator, and what Ralph Waldo Emerson said, I guess he quoted Plato, that health is the first asset beauty is the second, and richness is the third. I guess not all of us in Poland read Plato and the politicians. Some of them would disagree with this thesis. Ladies and gentlemen, let me pay your attention to the most important parameters of our health. So we are in this interdisciplinary panel. It is a great pleasure to participate in this conference. We are experts from economy, public health, physical education, and others. So let's have a look at the indicators of health. In order to be objective, let me use international data that are up to date. This is OECD Health at a Glance 2023. This same organization described the state of health in Poland. What image comes out of that? The very first important indicator is life expectancy. The blue arrow will show us the Poland and its place in the ranking. In the world ranking, but of women and men, we're somewhere between 70 and 80, and we are behind Costa Rica, Cuba, Albania. That's not a reason to be proud of. Particularly men, data diverge from those high European scores. Now, what happened in the last period of time? In COVID, Poland became one of the notorious leaders with the most shortened life expectancy. Again, blue asterisk. 2.5 years is by how much the life expectancy shortened, not only due to COVID. We have the US next to us with equally bad results, but let's be frank. The Americans, they're perfect in advanced medicine and they're not excelling in public health. Evitable death, Poland contrasted with other European countries. So the preventable diseases and avoidable diseases or treatable diseases, we are below the European average with all former Soviet Union countries. I would say, so former socialist republics. It is even worse in terms of the cancer death rates. It's one of the last all OECD countries. Brain, stroke, death-related deaths is also below OECD average and EU average. So again, we're with Turkey and the former Soviet republics. What we used to be proud of for a long time, which was a really sharp increase or actually improvement in terms of the death rate due to the cardiovascular diseases, it stopped. We're not in the leading position anymore. In a period of 10 years, the situation did not improve, whereas in other countries, the death rate due to cardiovascular diseases keeps declining. What do experts say in OECD about us? They pay attention to the most important risk factors: smoking cigarettes, bad health diets, and air pollution most of all, consumption of alcohol, and low level of physical activity. And it is all what we know already, and we will address those topics in today's and tomorrow's sessions. So let's have the data from our own epidemiological study, which is about the risk and pro-health behaviors. Increased cholesterol level, 61%, low physical activity, 55%, obesity, 26%, smoking cigarettes, 25%, diabetes, 10%, and on the uprise. And this is data from 2015, and I'll make reference to that. And this is the frequency of cumulated 6 risk factors. A colleague from Munich said that in Poland, the demographic situation is really difficult, and the future will be impacted by the high rate of diseases of people in middle age area. So without risk factors, there's only 10% of people. And significant proportion of Polish people have 2, 3, or 4 or more risk factors. Those who have 5 or 6 risk factors, they'll be lucky if they make it to the hospital, to the ICU, an ambulance. These are really people who are at risk of sudden death or premature death. So this picture is really worrying. We have tried to convince the Polish Ministry of Health to carry out the next study, the big epidemiological study. In the US, Finland, UK, these studies are performed every year. There's a very good monitoring of healthcare. And in Poland, and it's 1 in 3 years, in 5 years that we would do that, but not after 20 years. This is unacceptable. The COVID pandemic showed that. We remember those pictures, some people from their own life and some from the TV. The COVID pandemic generated dramatic social, health-related, and economic consequences. I won't go really deep into that because I'm not an expert on infectious diseases, but the worst health condition of men in middle age, that caused the increase of death in that age group because of cardiovascular diseases, cancers, and COVID. Next thing. We have an important debate in Poland. Is it enough, the number of doctors that we have, or not? Our colleagues from the Professional Chamber of Physicians, in the Ministry of Health, they say we have enough of doctors. But where are we in this OECD graph? Number of doctors and nurses is lower than the EU average. It's definitely lower, and I think it is a really just picture. If you have to wait 2 years to get to a specialist, or some 5 years to get an orthopedist for plant surgery, this is evident that the number of medical staff is not adequate. The structure of expenditure is quite unfortunate in this respect, because we spend most on the hospital costs. So that's what the cost is, and the picture is. It is what it is. I'm not going to comment on that. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that prevention is a necessity. If we assume that the building of health is on 3 pillars, treatment, prevention, and health promotion, then prevention is absolutely indispensable. The table will not stand on 2 legs. It will rather not. Ladies and gentlemen, but have we had any successes in this respect? Will I say that in a happy voice or sad voice? Yes, we used to have great successes 15 years ago. Professor Zapański, who in the 90s, he wrote that at the beginning of the 21st century, we observed this dramatical decrease of deaths due to the cardiovascular diseases. And Zapański associated it with the improvement of the diet and decrease in the frequency of smoking. Thanks to many activities done by the medical environment, when Zatoński was the leader, we managed to decrease the smoking rate in all the age groups, and it was a large success. Right now, the decrease stopped at the level of 25% of smokers. It is a great success, but it is not enough. Next thing is a physical activity.
Na nogi. Akurat
Take legs as an example. I happened to be the coordinator of one campaign some 20 years ago. Have a look. Everyone looked younger, didn't they? These are the famous TV journalists walking the streets of downtown in Warsaw during one of such educational campaigns. And this was a huge success story. The campaign lasted for 3 subsequent years. It was an appealing contest with some awards, with a lot of media coverage. And we invited to bike even famous politicians. You can see here the then minister, Mr. Kalisz, not the thinnest one, and yet he was eager to take part in this sporting event. There was also Lech Kaczyński, former president of Poland. Many senators, many MPs took part in this educational campaign to promote physical activity. This was the very first European campaign that crossed the border of one country, because actually Poland, Czechia, Romania, and Slovakia, those 3 countries joined Poland in this campaign. Now, kind of a breakthrough moment for good prevention and treatment of cardiovascular diseases was a program called Polcard. This was under Minister Sikorski and Professor Religa in the Ministry of Health, and 3 powerful prevention projects were conducted, 400 projects, SMS children education led by Mr. Naruszewicz, with some interesting research results demonstrating that children are really absorb well health communication when they are in grade 3 or 4. If they are older, if they're at the end of their primary school, they fail to have any interest in health. This was quite valuable, and I guess maybe a little bit wasted later on. This was a huge project, 400 cities, actually towns, with the poorest health condition. And this is the former Professor Zbigniew Religa, the then minister, who really supported this program. And here you can see the structure. I don't have time to give you more details, but the program was very modern. It was used, we used some best role models from the world. Education was planned to be directed not only to children, but also to teacher, parents, and so on and so forth. It was really a role model that was quoted by many in the whole world. And you can see here the institutions that took part in this project. As I said, interdisciplinary projects, they are the most efficient one if they had some flagship institutions taking part, including the academia. Here, the Medical Academy of Gdańsk was the leader of the project, including Professor Zdrowie. And you can see here the founders and a map of Poland with marked over 400 towns that were enrolled. Unfortunately, that program was not continued later on. The next one was called Polcard Media, a huge educational program featuring also some celebrities, really. Journalists, sportsmen, psychologists, experts, PR agencies. So in short, this was a program that was conducted in a great scale between the years 2004 to 2009. Then, with the change of the government, a decision was taken that this program was led too long by the Cardiology Institute. So the next one was led by a medical center in Otwock. And the program's operation was finalized in the year 2009. This was presented across the world, including Lancet. editorial office during many conferences, and it evoked a lot of interest because it proved that it was possible to have smooth cooperation among the media and the medical staff. I can't dwell on it too long, but the World Health Organization asked us actually to provide them with our advertising films. So we translated them into English. And then they were also used by different institutions. Slovaks, colleagues from Slovakia asked us also to provide that in their language. So as I said, it was all stopped in 2009. And you can see here a website of the Cardiological Society. And here, this is the Slovakian version of the campaign. And just to share with you that I'm not just using empty words, have a look. It's a letter that we received from the World Health Organization asking us to provide them with our materials. And by the way, the film producer was Opus, a company that then won Oscar for a film. So we can see good role models in the past. Some years ago, passed since they were implemented. That means we don't need to learn only from others. We also have things that we can be proud of. This is the then Vice Deputy President of the Cardiological Society in Europe, Mr. Torbicki, who said that looking at everything that was achieved, indeed, this was one of the most efficient educational campaigns ever conducted in the world. Well, then why not ask the following questions? Whether prevention is efficient in the case of cardiovascular and chronic diseases? Yes. Are doctors properly prepared to treat chronic diseases? Well, that's a question mark. I showed, by the way, that slide some 10 years ago for the first time, and I haven't changed my mind on that since. Do we have tools like guidelines, programs? Yes. What about financial resources? Yes. What about primary healthcare doctors? Are they well motivated about conducting preventive measures? That's a question mark. I guess if they earn a lot and if they are supported by nurses, then yes. What about the society of Poland? Are they interested in taking part in preventive programs? I think, well, prevention in some cases was unfortunately not very effective. The previous minister, Niedzielski, made an attempt, but in the end, the society was not as interested as they imagined in the first place. Now, the Polish Committee for Health, Public Health, prepared recommendations, strategic recommendations for the years 2023-2027. And we've joined our forces to elaborate these documents, and many of the authors of these materials are here with us, including Professor Wojtyniak. So, ladies and gentlemen, these materials have been prepared. We want to show them to the media, to the politicians, because you will find there are some ready-made solutions. We don't want to be the final country in terms of spending on prevention. And with this, let me say the following. Ideas do matter. Words do matter, but actions matter most. So I think this is what we expect from the new administration of Poland and from local governments. We, representatives of practitioners and academia, will do our best to support them. Thank you very much.
Także i panu profesorowi
Professor, thank you very much for this presentation. Since it's 10:10, that means that looking at our agenda, we can now invite you to a 35-minute long coffee break. So you will have plenty of time for something more than just a small espresso. Why don't you sip some cappuccinos or Americanos? We heard the very first pieces of information, and see you then sharp at 10:45. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to meet you again after this coffee break. So let us resume with the agenda of the International Congress Health and Economy. This special event has been started by Open Eyes Economy and is organized by the Warsaw School of Economics in cooperation with the City Hall of Warsaw. This year we are looking at holistic approach to prevention. We will hear two debates, and this is under patronage of the Polish Minister Izabela Leszczyna and the Ministry of Tourism and Sports. Our partners are the Warsaw Medical University, the University of Physical Education, the School of Life Sciences of Warsaw, and others. Our patrons looking at media is Gazeta Wyborcza, Medonet, TVP3, Architektura i Biznes, Super Business, and Polityka Zdrowotna.com portal. So don't hesitate to stay with us. And now we are moving on to the session entitled Prevention in Medicine, and it will be moderated by Professor Filip Raciborski from the Medical University of Warsaw. Now I'm handing over to you, and I'm sure Professor is going to present eminent speakers that are going to be featured in this session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to discuss the topic of prevention. I've taken part in many conferences, working groups devoted to prevention in all aspects. Yet, at the same time, being a practitioner and trying to implement programs, apply for them, I am quite scared looking at how low the efficiency is of these programs. Also, I'm scared when I look at such indicators as obesity, overweight, and chronic diseases and how prevalent they are in the society. But this also is related to how ready people are to take part in prevention schemes. This is one of the topics that we are going to discuss today. And you can't talk about prevention without having a medical approach to it. And precisely that will be stressed during the panel. We have some eminent guests today with us. And we don't have much time, not even 2 hours. And so many topics that we could spend much more time discussing. Therefore, my great request to all of you, dear speakers, please stick to your time slots. The first speaker will be Professor Demkov, who is Under Secretary of State in the Ministry of Health. Professor, the floor is yours. The first panel is about a broad approach to disease prevention, looking at its economic, social, and medical aspects. We are facing, many of them have already been raised. At the same time, there is some silver lining. Some good things are also happening. And I'd like to share with you some of my comments regarding the conference, and especially the topic of public health and prevention of diseases. First of all, Poland will take over its presidency in the European Union quite soon. One of 3 main priorities that Poland selected is health prevention, disease prevention. That means the topic will be discussed not only from the viewpoint of Poland, but this is one of the driving forces that we will be looking at during the presidency. The second is psychiatry among children and youngsters. This is also very much related to public health. So public health is our clear priority. Before, one of the speakers mentioned Plato, so I want us now to leave the cave of Plato so that we no longer see just shadows, but so that we can look at the true reality. So let's look at the facts. The topic that I think we need to start with is that medicine is not the main driving force determining health. You might be wondering at this thesis, but actually we focus more on our lifestyles, on behavior, the environment, nutrition, physical activity, whereas the healthcare system is in charge of about 10% of the global social health, in fact. Why? Because the healthcare system only deals with diseases, whereas we are talking about health, which means you want to be healthy and you don't want to fall down with an illness. And therefore, we organize many public health programs. Oh, one more rectification, by the way. Medicine and the number of doctors in the system are not the main driving force regarding the actual health in the society. Why is it so? The number of doctors in Poland is about 3.6 doctor per 100,000 inhabitants. I can't tell you now whether this is enough or not. Probably it's not enough. And yet it's close to the European average, which is 3.7. If you look at Greece, they have 6 doctors per 100,000 people, and their healthcare service is very bad. Whereas in Japan, it's 2.4, and yet their system is working very smoothly. So the number of doctors in proportion to the number of residents is not the decisive factor, because there are more factors that come into play. In case you have any questions and you wish to discuss this, I will be very happy to enter into such a dialogue. Now, the second comment that I'd like to make. If we wish to improve the health state of the society, not only the Ministry of Health should be more active, actually all the sectors of the economy should participate. And actually before we heard a presentation on health in all policies. Indeed, health should be an element that is considered by each ministry. Health should be looked at as a high priority. Now, Ministry of Agriculture, if they can't sell apples due to an embargo, as a result of which we can't sell apples to Russia, why don't we send these surplus apples to public schools so that they can be consumed by children? Here, the Ministry of Health cooperates with the Ministry of the Economy and Education. It's a win-win strategy. Well, you only have winners. That's crucial. That means we really need to treat this topic very broadly. Another problem is those factors that determine health of the society, and these are inequalities. Unequal access to healthcare services is one of the main reasons of death. In 2017, a study was conducted that demonstrated that a man with tertiary education will have the life expectancy, which will be over 7 years longer than someone who has only middle education, and 11 years longer than a man that only has primary education. So a simple observation that shows where in particular those programs, which groups shall be targeted by these programs, and what are the main target groups, that is, the most sensitive and vulnerable groups. Another interesting piece of information, average life expectancy in the district of Wilanowo and Praga Północ in Warsaw differs by 11 percentage points. These facts really speak to me, and they show clearly where our measures should be focused on. Now, the next topic that some of you already mentioned is about the fact that people are not willing to take part in prevention programs such as 40+. This, by far, was no success story. But there were also many other prevention programs. For example, related with mammography. Well, ladies are not willing to use that program. And in contrast to me, I do it. Every 2 years, I undergo a mammography test. Once I get an invitation, I simply go and test my breasts. And sometimes the room is empty, and I am the only patient that comes. Most of the females fail to take this invitation. So that means there is still a lot of work that has to be done in terms of health education, both of adults, young people, as well as children, starting from nursery, actually. We can, as early as nursery, we can show to children that before having lunch or dinner, we all need to go and wash our hands. I mean, this is very simple, and such behavior needs to be shaped very early in their lives.
The Ministry of Education, together with the Ministry of Health, are addressing those problems. So I hope that those will bear fruits somehow. Just on a final note, because we'll have more details from other speakers, but I want to address the local authorities. Their role would be really important in both prevention programs and public health programs. And something is failing here as well. Local governments have limited budgets, so if they need to choose, they would rather bet on fixing the roads rather than examining the columns or spines of children in elementary schools. So let's consider having separate budgets for health prevention there. Let's also encourage the local authorities to really address those matters, because there are some local authorities that really lead, and there are the ones for whom this area is unimportant. I think I've just presented an overview of those most important aspects. If you feel like having more discussion with me, I'm free to stay with you and talk. Thank you, Minister. I want to invite Professor Marcin Grabowski from the Medical University of Warsaw, a cardiologist. Professor, the floor is yours. Welcome. Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I have a pleasure of really taking on the topic of prevention from the point of view of my specialty. I am focused on cardiovascular diseases, but my overview on the primary and secondary prevention could be, I think, transposed on other medical aspects in the Polish population and others. So firstly, let us think about the difference between the primary and the secondary prevention. The primary one, it addresses people who are healthy and we want to avoid them getting sick. And the secondary prevention is when we avoid complications of diseases that the person has. So when we look at the primary and secondary in cardiology, we would see that the prevention line can be drawn in the risk factors. There are such as smoking cigarettes or an unhealthy lifestyle, and there's diabetes, for instance, and this is where the line could be. But on the other hand, we might say that the patient in the cardiovascular disease is still in the primary prevention because we want to avoid the heart infarction, for instance. And then I could also drift and switch the border towards the left and say person with hypertension and diabetes is already sick, and I would like to intervene with a primary prevention in people who are healthy. So the way we define the border between the prevention that is primary and secondary is fluid, and we can also switch it towards the right. Okay, the patient has had the cardiac infarction, but the patient does not have the heart failure or insufficiency, but they do not need the medical interventions that would be life-saving. So the difference, the line between the primary and secondary prevention might be fluid, and we may still think of really sick people in terms of primary prevention. In cardiology, we pay a lot of attention to prevention. It is being discussed in documents like this one. This is a European document that was published in 2021. And this is the current standard of the cardiovascular disease prevention. And in it, there are some facts that we're not happy about. The European experts say that Europe is categorized in 4 categories in terms of the risk of cardiovascular diseases: low, moderate, high, and very high risk. And Poland, as you can see, is still a country which is in a high risk group of cardiovascular complications. The fact that we're here in Poland at the very start, we have a higher burden or risk in the area of cardiovascular diseases. So our objective should be to decrease it, to bring it down to at least to the Mediterranean area or the Western European, where the risk is moderate or low. But a minister said about some statistics, but they are really unfavorable. The lifespan, life expectancy at birth of a Polish person, it is lower by a few years, both in females and males, as compared to the European average. And this is really a negative and favorable situation in all the countries of Europe that are here. Of course, the cardiovascular diseases remain the main cause of death. We take them really seriously, and okay, there are cancers, there's COVID, but still cardiovascular diseases is the first killer of Polish people according to the current statistics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the guidelines of the cardiovascular prevention, they attract our attention to the main risk factors, of course. So we are aware of the really striking power of such factors are diabetes, lipid distortions, or hypertension. But there are factors that modify the risk. They can be beneficial and not beneficial both ways. There are some elements related to social and psychological stress, economic status of a given person. We know that people who have less material possessions, they bear more risk of cardiovascular diseases. comorbidities such as cancer or pulmonary diseases or chronic diseases that are really burdening, they also increase the cardiovascular risk. What can we do in terms of prevention? We can act individually on an individual level, and that affects the lifestyle, the social and psychological factors, raising awareness of the big risk factors for cardiovascular diseases. And this is for individual prevention. But also, as the minister said, and should really be still taken into account by the decision makers, it is a systemic intervention. Health-related policy, public health support, social and communal factors, climate-related ones such as air pollution, and its impact on the cardiovascular status. From the point of view of the prevention, we put the patients in categories of those who have a heart disease or diseases is equivalent. For instance, a patient with a chronic kidney disease or hypercholesterolemia that has a family history, or diabetes, this person is treated as a separate category. There are people also who feel healthy and they are seemingly healthy, but they still need prevention. And people who can unfortunately enter into the risk category. How do we assess the risk? Well, potentially when we're healthy, when we feel healthy and we want to define the cardiovascular risk, I saw you smile of saying this table. Yes, that's the graphical representation of a table that we use, and you may categorize yourself individually on such a table. We talk about the perspective of 10 years of perspective to die because of the cardiovascular diseases. So there's a category of smoker, non-smoker, sex, and hypertension. We may evaluate the risk. Starting from 40 years of age, we may assign a category to ourselves. And what is also important is that in every country, depending on the geographical region, there are separate tables. And unfortunately, we need to use the ones that are for the high-risk countries because that's how we are defined. It turns out that the assessment of risk, whether individually or a patient of low risk, moderate, or high, it depends on age. So please see if for a particular person we assess the percentage risk. The younger the person is, the more rigorous the line is and the less tolerance there is for the potential risk factors in young people, because we know how impactful some behaviors are in future that would qualify them to the low, moderate, or high risk groups. So depending on the level, then we have algorithms of what, for instance, level of cholesterol or blood tension we should aim for, depending on the category. So now, if there are comorbidities, we need to use a different table. Diabetic patients, we have a new table for them. And you may smile even more because it is even more advanced. So we do not calculate the risk just counting by heart. We just use the online calculator. Cardiovascular prevention is not only cholesterol or diabetes or smoking cigarettes. It's also vaccinations and preventing complications after flu, for instance, or after the invasive pneumococcal disease or post-COVID one. We know that what we see is not only the seasonal increase of incidences of cardiovascular diseases depending on the infection season, but we also know that the vaccinations against COVID, flu, and pneumococcal diseases are inscribed as a prevention means for the patients who have a diagnosis of cardiovascular diseases. So we are trying to convince people that vaccination is a form of prevention. So young people are interested and fascinated with new technologies. They used to be considered lifestyle products or products for geeks or for the people who were just into novelties and gadgets. We know that these are medical registered devices who measure the pulse, the blood pressure, and they interpret it, whether the rhythm is correct. So why do we need to be interested in technologies? Please pay attention to the fact that this increase of the use of smartphones or tablets is in billions. The technologies are used in everyday life in all age groups. So we need to be interested in the fact that our patients have them. So they should be used for healthcare and they can be expanded. And we can add to them applications or the devices to monitor whether the patient remembers to take the pills, for instance. And there's also evidence-based medicine, which shows us that the application of technology, it improves the way we control the risk factors. We may sum up the research as meta-analyses, which show that the use of devices is beneficial. So how can we use them? We may remind a patient to take the drugs. We may recommend the dosage patterns. We can suggest physical activity. We may require for instance, clinical parameters being measured, such as the blood pressure. What medium to use? That's the question, okay? And it's, I guess, worth discussing at the level of ministry. So are there technologies today that would help us communicate with patients? Those of you who are doctors, practitioners, or medical or healthcare staff, you may be using the smartphones, but I guess we need some systemic support for a device that would not only be certified, but also protected in terms of personal data. The primary and the secondary prevention should be used in all the stages of life. So this natural history of our life, from the birth to the advanced age, and that's an age where still we may benefit from life and be happy. But throughout the years, we need to really remember about the cardiovascular prevention. We have norms, standards that are presented to you. We have medicine that's evidence-based medicine. We have cost-effective devices. That's why we think that the technologies that are used or overused sometimes by the kids, it might be shocking to see something like that. We argue with them at homes. We try to just straighten out the young people, make them avoid technologies, but we will not run away from that. And this is the last slide that shows my briefing with my doctors. These are professors and really experts. As you can see, what they do in the briefing, they really look at their smartphones just as kids do. And I guess they read some clinical stuff, or they have contact with their patients, or perhaps they have some entertainment, and entertainment is cardiovascular prevention as well. So sometimes it's maybe not really worth fighting with a phenomenon, but use it for your own benefit, and I'm sure it will work perfectly with cardiovascular prevention. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. And now I have an opportunity to invite myself. I will tell you about the long-term impact of a pandemic. It is a topic that we might address and discuss today and tomorrow and keep it open, but I will focus on negative aspects. There are those positive ones, such as telemedicine development, and I will also focus on selected aspects because we have some limited time. So that some selection was necessary. At the beginning, what we've addressed before, the deaths and the health debt. I have performed an analysis and the data by the main statistical office for 2015-23. By 2019, the average number of deaths is 400,000 people per year, 402,000 deaths per year. Then in subsequent years of the pandemic, the number went up by 75,000 in 2020, 170,000 in 2021, and 46,000 in 2022, 5,600,000 in 2023. When we sum that up, it's 245 additional deaths. It's exactly the same as officially the number of inhabitants of Gdynia, the city that I really like. So according to the official statistics, the number of COVID-related deaths, and that's from the Ministry of Health, is 120,000 deaths, which is a half. So I'm not saying that surplus deaths were caused directly by the pandemic. They were caused also indirectly by it. So I'll tell you about the sources of data. Is it from the National Health Fund, Ministry of Health, or Statistical Office? But all they show that during the pandemic, access to healthcare system dropped. So patient declared who used some healthcare services in the last 6 months. The blue line describes a contact with a health general practitioner. So in 2020, it went down sharply, which is not surprising. But those values didn't even come back to levels from the time before the pandemic. And this is important. On the right-hand side, this is the data from the main statistical office about the healthcare services, the consultations. In 2020, we can see the dip. And we may really interpret the data further.
Now, if you compare this with the year 2019 and 2020, hospitalization rate per 10,000 inhabitants. Well, here we saw about 25% drop in the rate of hospitalization. However, this can be explained by the pandemic and limited access to healthcare, as well as burden on the system. What is especially important, I think, is the data regarding the newly diagnosed cancers. You can find that on the right-hand side. Malignant cancers, prevalence per each 100,000 people. Starting from this rate went down by as much as 10 to 20%. Well, if you look at epidemiology of cancers, we know that it is probably not the fact that we are healthier. No, the fact is that these diseases were detected later, which has dramatic impact on health forecasting for these patients who are affected. So there is this new concept which is called the health debt or backlog, which accounts for the accumulated effect of different reasons why that affect health during the pandemic. This is because of certain research that was not conducted, or some tests were not run. There was there was delayed access to doctors and to preventive measures. This, however, also includes change in the behavior, such as higher consumption of alcohol, less physical activity, and let's remember about the mental health. isolation, and a certain weakening of social bonds. It all also translated into this great health debt. Also, we saw a spectacular drop in life expectancy. These are infants. Looking at the last 50 years, we never saw such a big drop, as you can see on the right-hand side of the chart. In women, this was 2.5 year. In the case of men, 2.3. So there were some fluctuations in the past by half a year maybe, but never such big ones as over 2 years. This ratio, luckily, is now rebounding slowly, but it shows how impactful that phenomenon was. However, health is just one of the areas that I'd like to address today. I'd also like to mention awareness, consciousness, as well as infodemia and misinformation. Now, talking about prevention, what is of great importance is our approach and our behavior. Now, Minister mentioned how few people actually use prevention programs. So what's the use of these programs if no one participates in them? With the pandemic, we saw the rise of something new, which is called infodemia. So it's the epidemics of information. So we had some biological epidemics, but we also had, we saw a rise of false, fake information that was disseminated across different social media. And we had to tackle that. Therefore, different international organizations took steps to counteract misinformation because they recognized what is its potential impact on the health of the global population. Together with Professor Napiórkowski, we carried out a project on confidence regarding vaccination and those vaccination skeptics. And on the right-hand side, you can see rising interest in vaccination with the beginning of the pandemic. This was the moment where vaccination against COVID-19 was introduced in Poland. Initially, we thought that that finally proved to people that without a vaccination, what's your hope? You will need to stay at home and you will be afraid that your nearest and dearest could die. So we thought there would be no longer any opposition or skepticism. And what happened was totally the reverse, because this really was used to disseminate some false information and claims regarding vaccinations and prevention. Now, why am I saying this? Because vaccination is one of the best methods of preventing diseases. But let's be honest here. If you look at the previous experiences regarding people who had doubts about vaccinations, this is a very long story. In 18th century, Edward Jenner invented the first vaccination. And that was the moment when doubts were raised, or even some caricature drawings were published. Have a look. Potential impact of adverse events. So this was, for example, that some adverse events could make a human being into a cow. I mean, that could strike you as funny, but if you read the feed of groups who are skeptical about vaccination today, well, the level of information is pretty much the same. Vaccination avoidance was placed by WHO as one of the main threats regarding global health in 2019. So we do have a lot of evidence regarding efficiency. This, for example, comes from the Lancet Infectious Diseases. It was estimated that in the first year of vaccination, as many as 14 million people's lives could be saved. And it's about the vaccination of COVID-19. And there were some limitations of access. Without these limitations, maybe we could have been able to save as many as 20 million people. So this is the impact of vaccinations, and it was only the very first year when this vaccination was available. These arguments are convincing for experts, but they are not convincing for the global population, apparently. So what's the level of trust, of confidence in vaccination? Well, this confidence has been eroding in recent years. You can see here how many people avoid vaccinations. It was 10,000 people some years ago. Now, in the year 2022, 78,000 people, and in 2023, as many as 87,000 people. So it's a growth by 8 times of individual cases. This situation is by far dramatic. Now, as part of a consortium, we took part in a big program, Med versus Fake, that was the name of the program, whereby we conducted a study in patients aged from 9 to 15. And the result is, 15 to 39. The result is that there are many fake news. 1/3 of respondents believe that vaccination can cause autism, can deplete your immunological response, and that they are actually only done for the benefit of a big pharma. And we're talking about young and wise people who have access to information, who are educated. Hence, in this reality, it's really hard to promote health behavior, health-seeking behavior, and to encourage people to get a jab, for example, against flu. And you will see many such pieces of information in social media. We carried out also the level of a test on the level of vaccination in individual cities. So the level of immunization is over 95% if it's in green. If it's red, then it means that the trend is downward. This map, however, also shows that the places where the trend is lower than 95%, it's marked in red, and the tendency is negative. The pale green color is where the immunization level is over 95%, and it's, however, downward. Only the dark green marks the places where the trend is both positive and the immunization is over 95%. So you can see clearly that there is this borderline, a big difference between the northern and western Poland versus southern eastern Poland. So with this, let me move on to my conclusions. Now, limited access to healthcare services led to the so-called health debt that we will be trying to solve in the years to come. This will be a huge challenge for the whole system, but also for the area of prevention. On top of this, we saw information epidemics, infodemics. As a result, it's even harder these days to promote health-seeking behavior and vaccination. Most of our respondents are overloaded with information, so we must compete with many other types of information, and it's very difficult to break through. To improve the current situation, we would need to talk about modern prevention schemes based on new communication channels. Also, Madam Minister mentioned that very rightly so, that different institutions and ministries must cooperate. We can't any longer act as silos. It's not just a problem of the Ministry of Health. This phenomenon also affects the Ministry of Education, of Sports, but also of Finance. After all, we are talking about different solutions regarding health-seeking behavior. And I think that's the crux of the things. We need modern prevention. That's it from me, and let me now invite the next speaker. Madam Rector Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak. who is going to tell us more regarding demographics. Madam, the floor is yours. Thank you, sir. Indeed, I'm going to talk about demographics, but also about whether the healthcare system can face the challenges that are looming out there. So first of all, let me share some demographic data with you, but also let me tell you how this can change our healthcare spending if we fail to do anything. And also how the health of post-aged 50+ has been changing based on the research coordinated by Mr. Supan, who is present here. So the question is whether in the years when we ran the tests, ending with 2021, whether anything changed really and whether we are going in the right direction. So Professor Supan actually showed to you the structure of the population of Poland. And these are some forecasts of the Eurostat showing in numbers the population. And you can see here that the trend is negative. There will be fewer and fewer posts in the years to come. And we will see different factors of, for example, birth rate and death rate. But also the age structure will undergo important changes. There will be fewer younger people in the younger groups. You can see here, starting from 2060, if you compare that with the year 2023, we will have 1/3 fewer people aged 20-49, 20% fewer people aged 50-59, and 60-69. In turn, we will have more people aged 70-79 by 50% actually, and 80-89. There will be twice as many people aged 80-89, and citizens 90+, we will have 3 times as many of them as we have today. So this goes to show that the age structure will mean that people who require more medical support, also due to civilization diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, will have an increasing incidence due to our habits. This means also that if you look at the National Healthcare Fund's spending per capita, these are estimates distributed by age and sex. Well, age and gender, actually. And the data are from 2012 in blue and 2016 and 2020 in red. This is expressed in the Polish zloty. So, indeed, we spend more on people aged 50+, and this spending will grow until the age of 80, and then it will drop a little bit. What you can also see here clearly is that the spending regarding men grew very much, especially in the year 2020 per capita, which shows that men and women are in a different health condition. So you could do the following. Take the spending from 2020 and imagine, okay, what if the structure of the population was that of the year 2040? So, in other words, how will demography impact our health spending? That's the projection. If the healthcare fund is spending 40 million zloty in 2020 for a certain group, due to demographic changes in the year 2030, we would need to spend almost 53 million zloty. So, with demographic changes, we will need to increase our spending by over 10 billion zlotys. On the other hand, of course, there are also different technological solutions, but this is without taking into account potential changes that could be brought about by prevention. And let's remember that there will be fewer Poles in the future, those aged up to 49, but we will have more people in those groups who are older. So we will have fewer people that will be able to pay contributions for national healthcare service and insurance. So the demographic estimates clearly state that we need to focus on such activities that can indeed improve health of Poles. This is about prevention, rehabilitation, and other public health services. Now, has anything changed in this area? In the SHARE survey, we had many methods to check the actual health condition of Poles. So we asked questions about self-assessment, about chronic diseases, about any limitations of their physical condition. Do they have any symptoms of depression? Because that can also cause serious health problems. And index of basic vital functions and complex activities. Professor Wróblewska and PhD Antczak compared the data looking at the developments in Poland in the year 2020 as compared to other share countries, that is 27 European states. Those in orange dots are Poland. The yellow dot is always the European average. And the gray ones stand for individual countries. So the higher you go, the worse it is. The self-assessment of Poles, as you can see, is 30% in the age 55-59 say that it's not very good. And in the case of 84, it's almost all of them. On the right-hand side, you can see the changes in the self-assessment starting from 2007 to 2020. So in most age groups, you will observe here a drop in the share of people who believe that their health is less than good. So the situation is a little better now. But is it enough? Well, for 13 years, the improvement is about 10 percentage points. So I'm leaving that question to you. Now, if you look at the prevalence of 2 or more chronic diseases in the group 80 plus, it's almost 90%. And here the picture is a bit more mixed. Up to the age of 70, we see a little drop, but 70 plus, well, in these groups we see more and more of such cases. So we are not getting ever healthier. Now, GALA limitations regarding physical activity to perform daily activities. Here, Poland, unfortunately, is one of the leaders. And yes, the situation has improved a little bit, but not in all age groups. And if you take the oldest inhabitants, this improvement is really very small. Now, daily living, at least one restriction. You will see them very rarely in the age group 55 to 59, but you will see many of them in the group 80 to 84. It's about dressing, it's about walking somewhere, preparing something at home. We can see here some improvement, however, especially if you take people aged 80 plus. This ability to conduct simple activities on a daily basis has indeed improved. That's also the case for more complex daily activities. The situation has also improved. And Poles rank somewhere in the European average. So from the viewpoint of these basic measurements that we use in the SHARE survey, one could conclude that the situation is not improving except for some aspects. This For example, chronic diseases and daily activities. In these two, we actually see a deterioration. Also, let's have a look at the symptoms of depression. Symptoms of depression that we take into account are quite prevalent, and they are increasing with age. So in people aged 70 plus, 80% people have at least 4 symptoms of depression. And in younger groups aged 55 to 80, we see some drops, but in these older ages, 85 plus, here, unfortunately, this indicator has gone up. And it's quite considerable, so this needs to be taken into account. Mental health, solitude, these things often affect the elderly people very much. And in the end, let me share with you some statistics that are even more negative. That's civilization diseases. One of them is obesity with BMI over 30. You can see on the chart that these ratios have gone up quite powerfully. So the situation is really worse. And the second chart, by the way, are not changes, but it's smoking. The second chart actually represents smoking. In the group 60 plus, the share of people who smoke actually went up. So both obesity and smoking in this age, 60 plus, have become a very serious problem. It should not be ignored. So let me sum up. Changes in the age structure of the population will result in a change in the demand for health spending. So the type of this change is driven by the actions that we will take so that we can mitigate the current healthcare problems. Health status of people 50 plus in Poland is worse on average than that of the same population in Europe. In the case of certain indicators, we see a slight improvement, but as I said, obesity and smoking, as well as depression, these areas should definitely be looked at. Measures are needed to improve the health of 50 plus in particular. Prevention and public health efforts are key, and I'm sure most of you know that very well, but unfortunately demographic data will not serve in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Let's move to the next topic. I'm really a fan of new technologies. I think they matter greatly for the prevention. We're in the midst of the revolution regarding the artificial intelligence. I invite PhD Barbara Więckowska, who will tell us whether it might be the artificial intelligence who will provide the healthcare services in the future.
Dzień dobry Państwu, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie. Rzeczywiście.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Will the artificial intelligence take care of our health? It's a difficult question, but let's start by saying, what is artificial intelligence? Not all telehealth services are artificial intelligence. Well, AI is a part of IT sciences that creates algorithms that may simulate human intelligence and carry on reasoning, learning, and planning, and understanding of language. It can be from a really simple form, where the AI only puts some order into our email. It can go through the chats, down to really complex neuronal networks that analyze a lot of information in a short time. Let me pay your attention to one thing. We are in a Congress about the economy and health. Why there is so much interest in AI? The AI is a huge market. it is estimated that the global AI market in healthcare, in the sector that we're discussing, was valued at over $22 billion. This year, it will go up to 32 billion. The prognosed increase of the market is at the level of 33%, and it will reach $208 billion in 2030. The leading market in AI in healthcare is the US, with 57% of the whole global market share. The developing markets are China, India, the fastest growing ones. These are the places where we should really focus our attention to actually see what they do and what we could implement in the Polish healthcare system. Let me tell you this, the Warsaw School of Economics students know that because the interest of this in our university is growing. What can AI be used in healthcare? It is, of course, dedicated to diagnostics, robotic surgery, and clinical trials. These three main areas constitute over 60% of the whole market. Then reductions in dosage mistakes, combined devices, virtual assistant for patients, or assisting in the staff management for the institutions. Also, detection of frauds on the insurer's part and cybersecurity. All those areas are now really growing fast. Because of the limited time, I'll focus on the most important ones. The first one is the diagnostics that is AI supported. We can see now that there are algorithms that would support us in analyzing the X-ray scans, tomography images, those oncological studies such as the visual representations for the melanoma. We want to do it as fast as Stark, but there are mistakes due to some insufficient skills by the algorithms. So let's be attentive. We pay close attention in the scientific community to the following thing. A study that is now in a phase, this executory phase in the UK on the mammography screening in the breast cancer. It is co-financed by NHS, and the AI may enter into the system of the public payer. So it will not be a spot-on analysis, but a broader one on the vast population. Maybe it will support doctors and take off some burden off their shoulders in terms of diagnostics. The second area is the robotic surgery. In the year 20,000, around 1,000 operations were robot supported. In 2018, the number went over 1 million, which constitute around 15% of all the surgeries in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the literature, effectiveness of the classical surgery is compared to the surgeries that are robot-assisted, and the literature says that there is less complications post-surgery. And at the same time, the longer operations, they are more costly, and in the longer time, there is no actually difference in the benefit for the patients. So that branch is really growing strongly, and this sector really will drive the artificial intelligence development in healthcare. India got really much involved in that. The Association of the Surgical Robots launched a really great a large project to popularize those skills. Why? Because they cannot do that. They want to simplify the work of the surgeon, and the AI is supposed to support at some point, and we need to say it clearly. AI, it is here to actually get rid of the need for some skills that doctors have now. So at some point, we really may end up in a situation where without a robot, we cannot perform more complicated surgeries. And the last area that I would like to address is the connected machines, the devices that are interconnected, and they use AI in a interlinked way, and they're supported by various databases to support the patients. What we've discussed already are the devices that we use in everyday life. Sometimes they are a problem because over-interpretation in positive detection, false positive detection of health problems can be a problem. But there are telemedical systems where, by communicating with other specialists, the disease diagnostics is just faster. So AI is of more simple or more advanced forms. The system for health real-time monitoring is functioning already. Professor Ledowski is here in the picture, and I selected this picture to show you cardioverter defibrillator, to be able to communicate with it through a smartphone. It's not science fiction. It is a reality. It is a moment where we see that Polish medical science is at this more advanced stage. Of course, there might be intelligent implants. A person with a spinal nerve atrophy can communicate with the computer and have some support from it. So there are intelligent systems that can monitor the health condition of the population and also individually support the diagnostic and select treatment. In the most advanced markets, that is happening. Of course, there are discoveries with problems. All discoveries bring them. There are limitations, there are challenges for the AI in healthcare. For instance, the false positive diagnoses that result from the learning of the AI. So there's a lot of ambition in this community to create algorithms. It's not IT problem, but it is a problem of feeding the systems with the data. So if we don't want to share the data, we may end up with no adequate diagnosis. Data is not complete. They're selected by various centers, and interoperability is really important from the point of view of AI. Ethical and social issues are also important because who is responsible for the mistakes? If AI supports the decisions by the doctor, then it's a bit easier from a legal standpoint. But if it replaces the doctor, then we need a discussion about who is responsible for a medical mistake or error. We might also say that AI, if it's badly programmed, it may cause a certain worse diagnostics and actually eliminate some genetic factors or social groups. And the last point is security of data. If we want to share data, it needs to be secure. It is said that artificial intelligence will not replace the doctor because we need a human touch too. We need cooperation between doctors and AI because the doctor has empathy and is able to understand some nuances. Still, we may say that there are science fiction or science, we would say, rather than fiction. We saw the film where the AI, despite not being in a form of a human form, it was able to satisfy some emotional needs. And the Atlas of Clouds is the next movie where there are allegories between the life of Christ and the life of an AI. This is fiction, but we need to manage the topic straight away. So let's go down to earth. It's not a mistake in the slide. And this is what I wanted to show you. There's AI, and what can we do? To me, the most important thing is to have the AI at the first level. I want all my data to be available. I want my documents to be in one place. It would really help me a lot. We really don't need highly advanced mechanisms, but we need it just to be a commonplace. I want to speak to a bot that is able to hear my symptoms, and that it would be at level of a good specialist rather than having to go to various specialists and need a referral. We need a patient to go to a good specialist straight away. My colleague told me, go to an orthopedist because your knee hurts. And I went to see a doctor, but he was specialized in a wrist. So first, let's do the basic things, and later on, we'll be able to think about the details. The Warsaw University of Economy set up a think tank for health protection. So it will be addressing the legal security of using AI in healthcare. Without it, we're not able to speak about general application of it. Instead of sum up, one key thing. When we speak of AI, we really need to be mindful of our words. So the title was, Will AI take care of our health? Ladies and gentlemen, it was the healthcare system, the doctors. Now the AI is to take care of our healthcare, but it's the prevention, and it's up to us to support and take care of our health. We will take care of it, and AI might support us.
Profesor, oczywiście wprowadziła nas Pani tutaj w nowe technologie, powiało optymizmem, ale też trochę grozą momentami. Chciałem zaprosić Pana profesora Marcina Piórkowskiego.
Thank you, Professor. You introduced us to new technologies, and it was a bit fearsome. Marcin Napiórkowski, professor at the University of Warsaw, will tell us about the misinformation.
Chyba nie działa. Cudzy czas mi się jeszcze... Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Thank you very much for having me. I want to tell you about some research that we did together some 2 years ago, but I really want to tell you about new things as well. And we're just finishing them. These are studies about what we might call cultural and social soil for the disinformation or misinformation. When I was listening to you for the last 2 hours, I had this impression that working in a scientific project, that is my pleasure, it really reminds us of the work that you do when you work on prevention. So when we talk about misinformation or disinformation, very often we pay a lot of attention on what are the boats used for it, how the Eastern propaganda operates, and how the disinformation is streamed. But we seem to omit a key factor, that is, naturally, we don't really are not really prone to accepting information that we don't like. If somebody approaches us and wants to hold us a cactus, we would rather say, no, I don't want a cactus, I don't need it. So to carry out changes in a society, when people tell us, buy a cactus, to have people saying, yes, I've been dreaming all my life of having a cactus. The work is not through bots. And bots, we detect them and we're trying to prevent them. But we need to build the soil, the social tissue. And it's the social tissue that makes people vulnerable to misinformation. And I want to focus today on the background of the disinformation in pandemic. This is from Notes, Narrative Observatory Combating Disinformation in Europe Systematically. That's the team with Professor Andrzej Nowak, myself, and we have Patrycja Pichnicka. With a larger team, we've been trying to carry out some work as, putting some order into Lego blocks. When they were playing the whole day, there's a lot of Lego blocks on your carpet. So you can put them in order in many ways. You may select them by colors or pack them back into the boxes if your children really need. But one of the ways that I really prefer is to have them selected by function. So the hinges with hinges and wheels with wheels.
metodę do
And that's more or less the way I do that. And I apply that concept to also analyze large corpuses of data with 4 languages, 5 countries. That's what we used. And I will tell you about my competition in a moment. We've had a lot of data that present this narrative approach to COVID-19 pandemic. But what really is in common of all the studies is that they have the narrative by topics. So if something is by vaccines, we put it in the vaccines box. If it's public health, it goes to the public health box. Or if it's about the way virus works, we put that in the virus box, and that's convenient. We just put a set of keywords and we sort it out. But in a moment, I will show you why this method fails to work. A starting point for us was a study that was done in 19th century about the tales. And in 19th century, it has been very popular, and the tales were collected in all the countries. So I saw a collection, and there were just volumes collected by the topic of animals. Then Vladimir Prop, with a different approach, came, and he said, there is one story where a little girl gets lost in a forest and meets the father Snow. And there's another story of a little girl who gets lost in a forest and she meets a big bear. And the big bear and the father Frost is the same character. So our idea was that we want to have a narrative of COVID-19 pandemic in a different way. It's not by lockdown or vaccine, but we wanted to find what were the dominating motives, what is the structure of the story, and who is the we entity that is in the story. And we want to have 3 basic dimensions of the narrative. Understanding action, it's a call to action or call to non-act, or the feeling of community or solidarity. So this is how it looked like at the beginning, but when we started combining some patterns, it turned out that the dominating stories in Poland, France, Spain, UK, about the COVID-19 pandemic were actually put in order along the 2 main lines. The first one is There were ones that are strongly speaking about solidarity, collectivism, and saying that if you make a mistake or you get sick, if you don't comply, then we should help this person. And the consequences should be mild. And more individualist based approach, yes, you should be responsible for yourself, and the consequences for exceeding the norms should be really strict. The second axis was the large government, and or rather the bottom-up activity, which one would be more efficient. So we have a matrix with 4 main narratives. The main stories in social media were not about those, but I will convince you that those fields actually reflect the essence of what the public debate was at that time. Longing for stabilization, top-down stabilization. We have to resist the dystopia that is COVID-related, and bottom-up solidarity. There are some other aspects in the corpus, plus the narratives, the one that we know from a climate-related debate, which is the world will never be the same. So let's move on. And let's have a look at those 4 areas. In all those narratives, we selected some dominating values and patterns. I'm showing you some main ones, and very briefly I'll tell you about them. The first one was saying, yes, in a crisis situation, we do need a strong government to defend us. A pity that our government is useless and they are unable to do anything. That was the narrative that would say, yes, we generally trust institutions and governments, but the ones that we have are pitiful and we don't trust their policies. It turned out to be a huge part of the narrative, and it couldn't be as classified as a simple misinformation. It gave a gateway to other phenomena. It was fascinating for me because I used to study those narratives in a non-systemic way. I didn't even realize that they were present. The second one is also, it starts with, yes, we need strong governments and strong institutions. And fortunately, we have them. So let's obey with a lockdown, with vaccinations when they are recommended. And that's the part where we want to be. But when we made the quantitative analysis, you know who said that? Only the governments that were speaking about themselves only. We need strong governments. The governments will take care of that. We're lucky that we are the government. So it was really a fraction of everybody that wanted to actually have a voice. The third one is bottom-up solidarity that said, governments may or may not do something, but we will help senior people. Vaccinations are fine, but it shouldn't be obligatory. And the last narrative on the matrix, where we have 90% of this information when we worked with fact checkers, typical fake news, disinformation are typically in that quadrant. And we want to get people out of that quarter. The stories that say COVID-19 or is either unreal or is a minimum risk. It was created as a pretext to regulate every aspect of our lives.
So look at the quarter at the bottom on the right. This is where we always found some anti-vaccination content and disinformation examples, also manipulative content. So in my career, I've dealt with different topics, which is not always good because sometimes it could be a bit superficial, like one day you deal with COVID, on the other environmental change and so on and so forth. However, after we conducted further research with more researchers, it turned out that it was strikingly similar to the climate debate. So that whole bottom quarter on the right-hand side is pretty much the same as where we found people who said climate policy is bullshit. And they thought it's just conspiracy theories. So we cooperate here with some other institutions to check whether these are actually the very same people. So it turned out that the pandemic was a breakthrough moment, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of climate debate. Those people who became skeptical against vaccinations after the pandemic ended, right now they are the main advocate of anti-climate change and conspiracy theories related to it. The very same people now share many conspiracy theories that have fueled protests of farmers. So it turns out that they are simply changing the topic, changing the cause, but each time they try to say that the government is trying to scare us off because they want to cheat us. And you can see it very clearly that these narratives have been recurring time and again. We've came up with these charts to show the evolution of different topics in time. Just like with the wave of pandemic, we saw subsequent waves of the infodemic. So first of all, the question was, what is COVID-19? And then there was a debate about whether we should wear face masks or not. Lockdown, should we adhere to it or not? And then, should we get jabbed or not? Each time, such a wave would be followed by the very same four-pole matrix structure. Every time there was a new preventive measure introduced, those from the first quarter would say, lockdown, great, but I'm sure the government is not doing that well. Everything came too late and so on and so forth. The people from the second quarter would say, yes, that's great. Finally, we can see some order. We are fans of the government. If people don't adhere, we will punish them. The third quarter, well, should we really need such measures? Maybe we should do some bottom-up activities. And the fourth quarter, these are those people who are fans of conspiracy theories. So, always, we know very well what the representatives of these quarters will say, because this describes not only their approach to one thing, like vaccinations, but also this has become kind of a strategy for them, a coping strategy. So what can you do about this? Looking at these four narratives, actually there are certain shared values across them. Based on them, you can build your narrative. We know where the dangers are. For example, a slippery slope is the lack of confidence in the government and criticism of mean corporations. This is the slippery slope. People become more and more prone to become victims of disinformation then. So what should one do? We should build trust, and we should try to separate that economic model from the fact that there is something in it for a person who advocates it. Another bridge that we could introduce here actually goes in both directions. It's good to frame it in such a way that you have a glass half full of water. Those people who are very much into that anti-conspiracy group, they could be encouraged to a change if it didn't require from them to change their attitude to the government. So if we say to them, I can see that you are someone that likes to take active part in life. So don't let yourself be manipulated by people who wish to involve you in some conspiracy theories. think boldly and try to come up with some active local measures that you could take where you live to change the situation. So we can see here some proposals based on which this discussion could be built. So vaccination discussion is never just about vaccination. It's normally very much related to values and some other stuff. So to sum up, we definitely need evidence-based policy, and we need also evidence-based medicine. Unfortunately, in the case of big public health programs, we need to include the second element to it, which is support in the society. Because even if we have the best research, this will be of no use if the people don't trust them. So just like today, we want to use the most advanced methods, including AI, to diagnose people and to treat them. But accordingly, we should also use all those tools to really make sure that people understand this, so that people have more confidence in the system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Well, it will be a challenge right now to promote health-seeking behavior. But maybe with some new research and new conclusions, we will be able to engage in cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short debate on the importance of migration and challenges related to migration. With us, we will have Michał Dzięgielewski, Director of the Treatment Department at the Ministry of Health, and Professor Iwona Baradowska-Stankiewicz, Deputy Head of the Department of Infectious Disease, Epidemiology and Surveillance. Ladies and gentlemen, so after some initial technical difficulties, the timing is quite perfect, actually. So we can see some new phenomena, new challenges. Right now, it's estimated that we have about 3.5 to 4 million migrants in Poland, most of whom are people from Ukraine that came to Poland after the invasion of Russia. This poses a serious challenge to prevention, healthcare system, and the debate in this area. So let's start with you, madam. What is your take on the level of immunization in migrants? Because this also poses a challenge to the system, doesn't it? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. So, I think that we actually should take a step back and learn more about the structure of migrants in Poland. In recent years, we hear a lot about refugees migrating to Poland because of the war. Hence, quite a number of Ukrainians came to Poland. But let's not forget that we also have other migrants. So the structure of migrants in Poland is actually far more complex. And actually, there are special institutions, such as the Office for Foreigners, that every year they receive applications for legal residence under the scheme of international protection. Also to get a labor permit, and we see several thousand such applications every year. According to the data of the Office for Foreigners, right now in Poland we have about 7,000 migrants from different parts of the world. In terms of numbers, indeed, the largest group are Ukrainians. No surprise here. At the same time, we see quite a high number of Belarusians. They rank second in that group. as well as people from third countries, for example, from India, from Georgia, and other countries. So as you can see, that structure is not homogeneous. Hence, prevention and vaccination, that's after all our topic for today, becomes a key issue, also from the viewpoint of making sure that these populations remain healthy. For Poland to ensure relevant solutions in that area, the people coming to Poland must be willing to take advantage of prevention in the first place. But maybe they will be more open to say they need it once they are properly educated. So they need to be made familiar with the system of vaccination in Poland. And this is where it starts to be more tricky. Here we can speak about not only linguistic barriers, but also cultural barriers. If you take migrants from Ukraine, that's not such a big problem. After all, their culture is quite similar to ours. But if you look at immunization rate prior to migration in the Ukrainian population, based on the data of the Ukrainian Public Health Institute and the data from UNICEF and WHO, we have established that prior to the invasion of Russia, the level of immunization in Ukraine was very low. I'm talking here about the main infectious diseases that we are still afraid of, actually. Therefore, we vaccinate people. Well, in that area, the level of immunization amounted not more than 30%, roughly. So it's about diseases that in Poland are no longer epidemiological diseases like polio, tinnitus, or, for example, mumps and rubella. So the fact that big numbers of Ukrainians now reside in Poland, it's over 1 million of people. This can cause certain uncertainties and anxieties, but I'd like to assure you actually here, because we have proper surveillance of epidemiology in Poland. And we know that in the year 2023, we haven't observed any spectacular increase in the incidence of such diseases among migrants. Well, there are some individual cases. But from the viewpoint of the public health, we can't speak about a problem, rather a natural fluctuation. On top of that, it's key to remember that Poland still has population immunity because we have high level of immunization. Even though, indeed, we've observed some drop in that regard in recent years. And yet, this percentage, looking at Poland, is about 90%. It's 90 to 92%. So we can still feel relatively safe. However, it doesn't mean that we should refrain from educational and information campaigns. And this is what we do also. We provide education in Ukrainian and in other languages. For example, if you allow me for a small advertisement, we have come up with a portal, PZH, Szczepienia Info. That's a portal where you can find information in different languages. Or I could also quote here a project that will be finalized this year with our participation, entitled Actu Acts for Now, which is a European project to increase access to vaccines in the countries participating in the project, including Poland. So, as you can see, we are quite active, and this really is very fundamental work. And it has to be done all the time. It's not only about Ukrainians, but it's addressed to all of us, actually. Well, Professor actually mentioned several interesting topics. We will touch upon them in a moment. Now, over to you, sir. Let's talk about the system. Migration, especially the economic migration, following the Russian invasion, led to a big increase in that phenomenon. So I'm fully aware that it's a huge challenge for state authorities because you need to come up with systemic solutions. So please share with us more on what's the take of the Ministry of Health. Yes, indeed. My name is Michał Dzięgielewski, and I am a regular clerk, and sorry for that because I deal with public administration. I'm no researcher. So let me tell you something more from my experience. We have reacted, I think, in the best way we could, which is in the very beginning of the wave of migration to Poland, we adopted an act to regulate the status of Ukrainians in Poland. One of the provisos was that each Ukrainian residing in Poland following the invasion, who crossed the border following the outbreak of the war, is covered by the very same health services as the inhabitants of Poland. And coming back to the topic of misinformation, I'm sure you've heard that Ukrainian children leave no place for Polish children in hospitals. Well, this is not true, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great example of misinformation. We used to have queues. We still have them. Ukrainians have to stand in the same line as Polish patients. It's just that their treatment can now also be reimbursed. Right now, in Poland, we have 1.5 million refugees from Ukraine, according to our estimates. So I'm sure that you also read the media. Mainly, these are mothers with children. Children are characterized by frequent diseases, but they are treated by healthcare practitioners, not in hospitals. So mostly, they will get outpatient services. Only 7% of these services are provided in hospitals, and they only account for 2/3 of the cost, which is about 1 billion zloty spent for hospitalization of Ukrainians. It's just that hospitalization is very expensive in contrast to outpatient treatment. In most European countries, at least the 4 that I talked to yesterday, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, these states, apart from Poland, took on most migrants. And most of them focus on the same problem. The first one is language barrier, decreased capacity of clinics because we have more patients that need to be treated. What we've been able to avoid is that we didn't have to extend primary healthcare services. We were able to cope with that. Primary healthcare units have a guarantee of reimbursement. This is at the same time the very place where most vaccinations are conducted. And This, however, was not possible because migrants don't come here forever, so it was difficult for them to be assigned to an individual clinic. That means each of their visits has to be reimbursed separately, and no primary clinic in Poland is responsible for vaccination, like it is the case in the case of Polish children. We can see here right now that all people crossing the border are registered in proper systems. Once they engage in a labor activity, they are no longer refugees from the viewpoint of the system, but they simply are insured in Poland, so they are entitled to use services and they are obliged to provide vaccination to their children. We concluded that after a 3 to 6 months stay of a child in Poland, such a child should undergo vaccination. All the previous moves before the war were of semi-legal nature, actually. From the viewpoint of the system, well, the system didn't see them. They didn't officially participate in the system. This has changed with the outbreak of the war. So the system was not changed before, and this is different right now. This is the Ukrainian group that is registered in the system in a different way. And by the way, their treatment is not reimbursed from the same money as it is in the case of Poles, but rather this is reimbursed from a specially allocated fund devoted to treatment of Ukrainians, so that no one can say, hey, they are treated for our money and there is no more place for us in our hospitals. Right. So you actually mentioned the difference between regular and irregular migration. If it's legal, then you indeed can come up with some systemic solutions, whereby, for example, in Poland, we assigned identification numbers to individual people so that they can also use medical services. And this can be further analyzed in systems, which is not possible for irregular migrants. Then systemic solutions are very limited. And this is also a group that is not very willing to cooperate. So, Professor, you wanted to say something, right? Yes, just to make a reference to what Professor said. I fully agree. I believe this was a very wise step in that Poland allowed Ukrainians who were to stay here for a longer period. Maybe some of them will return after some time or go further. Yet they do have full access to all medical services. And actually, we conducted a study on frequency of hospitalization and morbidity. So during the first wave of migration, starting from 2014 to 2020, or 22 actually, until the outbreak of the war, it turned out that about 7,000 Ukrainians were hospitalized in total, which shows that, well, what were the reasons of hospitalization? Very much the same: births, perinatal care, as well as accidents. Postnatal care, sorry. And also other diseases that are characteristic of different age groups. We had two large peaks. In the first one, it was children aged 0 to 5, due to infectious diseases mostly. And the second group were people aged 20 to 40, which very well fits into the structure of the age of migrants that we have been observing, also looking at other data. So in Poland, mostly female with children reside, and they make up about 20%, and women of different age. Importantly, what is key is also observation. I've been dealing with migration more recently because of the project that I mentioned before. And here, what I've observed is very different level of interest in vaccination among people from Ukraine who have been living in Poland for some years now. They have a job here. They have really integrated quite well with the Polish society. And they frequently choose vaccinations that are not listed as obligatory and those reimbursed. So they frequently also opt for additional vaccinations, combined ones, like 5-in-1 or 6-in-1, which they have to pay for from their own pocket, just like Poles do. Well, it's different in the case of that war migration wave, which I think is also quite understandable. After all, these are the people who left their whole lives behind them. They came here to really save their lives, to save their children. So I'm sure that they didn't think about prevention that much at the point when they wanted to save their lives. So in the case of that first wave of migration, there were actually special COVID-19 vaccination points at border crossings. And sadly, but at the same time, I do understand it, there was a very low interest in getting such a vaccination. This has changed very much. These 2 years are over now of the pandemic. And so also the interest in vaccinations, which is also promoted by different educational campaigns, has been on the rise. So I think that you can draw an important conclusion that we need to keep remembering that. And for example, the moms who are hospitalized because they are about to give birth to a child, they are eager to use vaccinations that are obligatory in Poland against tuberculosis and hepatitis B. However, if you look at other subsequent vaccines, well, here the situation is not as rosy.
We actually visited several vaccination points in Poland. And we talked to infectious diseases specialists who told us about a difficulty and the problem of vaccination programs in Ukraine. So it also was confirmed by the people, that staff of the vaccination points, and there are two attitudes. Some mothers are happy that have access to modern, verified, and safe vaccines. They use it. They want to have their children vaccinated with a complete pattern. And there is a group of people who have really negative experiences from their national vaccination services, where serious irregularities were observed, as I was informed, and people lost their trust to vaccinations. To rebuild the trust is a huge challenge to the system. It takes time. It's a long-term process. And we carry out some activities also in Ukrainian. Mothers, if they want to learn more, they have the places to go to for the correct information. But, you know, there are always good and bad sides to the story. And as we've heard today in previous presentations, we are all in our smartphones and laptops. So to actually, it's easy to read the information that discourages from the vaccines, and it's obvious. So people should be supported, and medical staff should receive support in how to explain to patients that vaccines are needed, that they are safe, that they have been provided for over 60 years in our country, and it's a really long time of the mandatory vaccinations. This is one of the elements that I hope should encourage to vaccinations, although I'm surprised, and I'm sure that you've noticed it in your studies, that there's a percentage of people, which is about 4.5% of medical staff, healthcare professionals, who are really unfavorable to vaccinations. And that's a challenge of our times as well. And that is, the vaccines used to be one of the biggest successes in medicine, and you cannot just deny them. You just can't do that. You are also aware that the doctors who discourage from vaccinations, they are, called to various types of meetings in medical chambers, and their licenses get suspended. Particularly that in vaccines, there's been a lot of development related to COVID, of course. So we have, ladies and gentlemen, the most advanced, a very good platform, technological platform, RNA platform, that enables us very quickly, in a very short time, to produce safe and effective vaccines. And most probably this is the future for vaccinology. The possibility of combining those gives us unlimited possibilities. Director, question to you. Let's diverge a little bit from the war in Ukraine and migration caused by it. We used to have some migration crises. And Poland is considered to be a transit country and not a target location for migrants. From the point of view of ministry, what is your approach to that other type of people? People who for many years or stay for a long time, they become a part of society. Or people who just transition thinking of moving to other EU countries. Well, we don't have problem in this respect either. The group that we've discussed a moment ago is the best group that we have statistics on. There are migrants whose status is regulated, and there's Office for Foreigners who has a special fund. They pay for the healthcare for the foreigners. There are separate legal regulations. The purpose, that one condition is the stay of a foreigner needs to be legal. So we don't create a system for people who come here illegally and are not entitled to be here. I think our system just, switches the responsibility on the hospitals. It's difficult to imagine a situation that a hospital would refuse to help a dying person, for instance. So theoretically, international agreements should regulate that, or just agreements that regulate this kind of health services. But the reality is that it doesn't always work, so that needs some improvements. Still, also those who come to Poland and have their stay regulated, they receive health care. Now, one more thing in terms of vaccines, I have one thought. We're talking about two different groups of people who are not vaccinated. So if there is a person who is Polish citizen and has been always, this is a civic disobedience of a person who's aware of it. So on the basis of the disinformation or conspiracy theories, they do that. But people who come from Ukraine and they don't match the system yet. They don't have their one declared person responsible in the general healthcare. And if they had it, then the nurse or doctor would monitor their status. We don't have that. Some people from the anti-vaccination movements, they wanted to withdraw their declarations of basic health care not to be followed or monitored. Yes, I talked to doctors and nurses who would tell me about those people. It is a way of avoiding the regulations. And a separate topic is how to actually draw consequences with regards to those people. Well, thank you very much, because we need to finish, so the floor goes back to our moderator. Thank you very much, Professor, for the moderation of this really interesting session. It was entitled Prevention in Medicine. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Filip Gaciborski. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to add that during this Congress of Economy and Health, we may experience health prevention in practical method. LuxMed Group invites you to Health Zone, where you will be able to use some free of charge tests, and the Physical Education Academy on the first day will give you an opportunity to use many activities to evaluate your general health and efficiency. They're both available in room number 152. So I encourage you to use that opportunities, and I invite you also to our bookshop, where you can buy many publications, amongst other the book by Professor Marcin Napiórkowski about fixing the future that waits for you right there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. We'll have a lunch break until 1:30. In 45 minutes, let's get back together here.
Jeszcze czekamy na...
We are just waiting for one more guest, and she's just about to come. So just bear with us for a moment. We know that she already has arrived in the building. So just one more moment.
Szanowni Państwo,
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's again my great pleasure to welcome you again after the lunch break we've just had. So, we are going to continue now with the agenda of our International Congress, Economy and Health. This event has been initiated by Open Eyes Economy Movement and is organized by the Warsaw School of Economics in Warsaw. Open Eyes Economy Summit and the City Hall of Warsaw. We are talking this year about a holistic approach to prevention. In a moment, we'll hear more from our speakers, and the honorary patron is the Minister of Health, Izabela Leszczyna, and the Ministry of Sports and Tourism. The partners of our Congress are Warsaw University of Medicine, Warsaw University of Physical Education, the University of Life Sciences, LuxMed Group, and Pracodawcy RP. Our media partners, whom we also thank for their trust, is Dziennik, Gazeta Prawna, Medonet, Gazeta Wyborcza, TVP3, Warsaw Architektura i Biznes, Super Business, and politykazdrowotna.com portal. In just a moment, we will engage in this section entitled Prevention in Occupational Health with the participation of Pracodawcy RP. It's great to introduce Klara Klinger. She's going to moderate this session. And I will disappear now, leaving you in the hands of Klara Klinger. Over to you, madam. This session will take about 2 hours. Thank you very much for these kind words of introduction. Let me confirm, yes, I am Klara Klinger, and I will have the honor to moderate this debate, attended by our eminent experts. The agenda for this debate is as follows. We have time until 15:25. First, we wish to discuss individual solutions and their impact First, probably we will make an attempt to diagnose the current situation. And then I will ask representatives of companies to show us the best practices on how all this can be implemented in practice so that we can contribute to the health of employees. Let me first introduce our guests. Małgorzata Gałązka-Sobotka, Dean at the Center of Postgraduate Education and Director of the Institute of Healthcare Management at Warsaw University. Hello. MP Marek Hok, who has dealt with healthcare for a long time, member of the Health Committee in the Polish Parliament. Professor Jolanta Balusiak-Skorupa, Director at the Institute of Occupational Medicine in Łódź. Artur Białkowski, member of the Medicover Management Board, Managing Director of Medicover's Business Services Division, and member of the Management of Board of Private Medicine Employers. Barbara Kopeć, member of the same society. Joanna Głażewska, Deputy Director at the Department of Public Health at the Ministry of Health. And Professor Piotr Wachowiak, Rector of the Warsaw School of Economics. What about me, Clara? Sorry for that. And last but not least, Madam Anna Rulkiewicz, President of LuxMed. You can see we have a wide group of experts to discuss the topic of prevention in occupational health. So, well, you might be wondering how come we keep talking during these economic panels about health. After all, healthcare should be the domain of the Ministry of Health and doctors. And yet, we can see quite clearly that it forms part and parcel of the economic development of every country. So, my question to all of you is as follows. How would you diagnose the current situation? Meaning, what can we do as Poland, as employers, to retain health of our employees, and what is the impact of this on the economy? Let's start with you, madam. Yes, we will be passing the baton. So, once again, thank you for the invitation, because at this conference we talk about especially important relationship. Being a graduate myself of this university, I thought, hey, when I was a student, I thought this room was so huge. Today it strikes me as a bit smaller. But anyway, I'm sure that all of you would agree that health means money, and money means health. That means we won't have good health if we can't use the capital in the people, and then we can't strive for our dreams. At the last meeting with Professor Hausner, we talked about the impact of health condition of Poles on the future, the plans and intentions that we've set for ourselves as households, companies, or the state. And it's quite clear, if we fail to improve health, and this keeps being emphasized at every virtual meeting here, I mean, we are all quoting so many facts that confirm that the health condition in many age groups is not improving. That refers to children, to young people, working people, and senior citizens. And this is confirmed by epidemiological data. We've heard an update today, and this is also shown by the data of the Office for Social Insurance in Poland. We see more and more absenteeism, sick leave days. And this is not because of inflation. I'm talking here about the days where people spend on sick leave, which confirms that we not only live shorter than average Europeans, but we remain healthy for a shorter time, and the forecasts are not rosy. So we have no doubts. We need to make organized systemic efforts across sectors and industries so that we can succeed in this. And the proof of this success would be a change in epidemiological ratios. We talked today about vaccination. I know that right now we will be talking about occupational health, but we see very well in the data of the National Social Insurance Fund, we see 1 million people who don't work because they are ill. 800,000 people don't work even though they are in the productive age because they need to take care of other people who are ill and require care. So given the current demographic structure, as Professor Juan Dominczak mentioned, well, we can't wait any longer. We must make an organized effort. Even though people say that investment in prevention is not a good idea because it's the next administration that will pick the fruit, still, many evidence suggests that even during one calendar year, you can succeed in improving the ratios, for example, regarding prevention screening, different tests. And I'm sure that during this session, we will also talk a lot about those systemic actions that are still missing. Over to you, sir, because I don't want to take up too much time. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was not present at the previous presentations. Sorry for that. I am a doctor by education, a medical doctor, and a deputy at the Polish Parliament. So my take is quite universal. And you mentioned many interesting points, madam. I think, however, we should start with proper education. At many meetings of my committee in the Polish Parliament, we discuss education, which is not good enough in terms of health protection. I think health protection or health sciences, it should become a lesson, should be taught at schools, because we all gathered here, we know very well that we need to shape proper habits, for example, on nutritious diet, on physical activity. We need to start with young generations, otherwise we won't change anything. Poland is a country that ages very quickly. And the life expectancy actually is ever shorter because of multi-morbidity, which is very common. We are one of the last countries in the ranking in terms of multi-morbidity. That's why health prevention, disease prevention, is so crucial. And sound economy means healthy population. It will never work the other way around. So we need to educate people that they should spend their time in an active way. We need to educate next generations. Otherwise, they won't be able to face this growing problem. And the costs of healthcare and treatment of diseases are immense. I think it's truly dramatic that Poland spends 50% of its healthcare fund on hospital treatment. So we don't have many resources left to conduct active prevention. And there are also many intermediary costs involved that are frequently ignored. I hope we are going to discuss this topic further later on. Professor, You, being the director of Occupational Medicine Center, you have a perspective of these both areas, both medicine and employers. So what would you say? Well, being an occupational medicine doctor, I indeed have my own perspective on it. And ladies and gentlemen, I really welcome the fact that we finally discuss this, that occupational health and medicine should be involved in prevention, because this is something we've been telling for many years now. So I truly welcome the fact that also the government is now looking at it, and we are all wondering what to do with this. As the Institute, for many years, we've been telling that, well, employees who undergo regular checkups because they need proper certificates to take up a job. And by the way, we have about 5.5 million such tests conducted every year. At least this is the number that is reported. So this checkup is a unique opportunity to introduce prevention. If you look at occupational diseases structure in Poland, this landscape has been changing. No longer do we talk about people who have been poisoned by some toxic substances. This is different now. We have 2,500 cases of occupational diseases per year reported, but it doesn't mean that our employees are healthy, because employees more and more frequently develop so-called civilization diseases, and we could introduce very simple preventive measures. But do we do it? We have no other option right now. Look at the demographic and health situation of the productive individuals in Poland. Sometimes I'm just wondering what I can do to keep this employee healthy so that he or she survives and retains health until the moment of retirement. And in some cases, it's really difficult. So we truly have no other way out. I do hope that thanks to such discussions, we will be able to improve the system. Thank you very much. And now over to you, President. Yes, I can subscribe to the previous speakers. If you look at the economy and employers, health is of great importance, health of employees, especially in the era of aging society and low unemployment rate. Access to skilled workforce right now is very important, and they need to be healthy. Every day of absenteeism or sick leave, sometimes it's due to taking care of other people, causes huge losses to the whole economy and to employers. Therefore, any solution that could change the situation and make people healthier will improve the efficiency of companies, employers, and better GDP in the end. Therefore, we need to start with robust prevention. And I fully agree that those occupational health checks are a great moment to conduct screenings or some tests to detect diseases in advance. But also with this, we can have better understanding of the reasons behind absenteeism. It may strike you as strange, but one of the factors behind absenteeism is problems with the back. People have spine problems, and this was worsened by the pandemic, because working from home, we frequently don't have good ergonomic workstations. So we see more and more cases of such illnesses related to back pain. Therefore, we really need to encourage people to do sports so that we can alleviate those problems and reduce absenteeism. So any actions that could promote health will also be favorable to the economy. Thank you very much. And now over to you, Madam. Thank you very much for the invitation. At my organization, we have a special forum for laboratory medicine. And this is an area that could actually give us a hand in order to make prevention a reality and not just empty words. My company, Forum de Medycyny Laboratoryjnej, we are ready to conduct tests. In Poland, 3 times fewer lab tests are conducted if compared to other countries. In the Czech Republic, for example, 8 tests are done based on just 1 blood draw. In our case, it's only 3. So we have options in Poland to increase the number of tests. Look at the 40+ prevention program. It was addressed at 22 million Poles. In 2023, 1,700,000 people only took part in the program. A minister announced that the program will not be continued in the second half of this year, but maybe in the end there will be just 2 million who were screened. It's only 10% of the society. That is, I'm sure, those who know very well how important it is to do prevention and who conducted these free of charge tests. So the industry is ready to organize more tests. But we also know that preventive programs in Poland are not seen as attractive. So we should maybe reconsider how we organize them. Programs based on lab tests are cheap. Lab diagnostics amounts to only 3 to 5% of all the costs. In 2018, a report was compiled by Medtech and Deloitte, saying that we see a 25% increase in glucose test could cost as much as 500 million zloty savings, and it's about preventing people from developing diabetes. If diabetes is detected early, then we can save a lot of money. So lab tests means savings. And we would like people to think about this. Prevention is about diet, about physical movement, avoiding stress, and also about regular lab tests, basic tests. And now over to you, madam. Indeed, this is kind of a cue. It's really hard for me to find anything new that hasn't been said before, but maybe let me quote some data. The last edition of the data published by the National Social Insurance Office says that the total days of absenteeism in 2022 was 5.7 million days due to diseases, and it grew year by year by more than 5%. In the case of absenteeism due to hospitalization, according to ZUS, it's 1.2 million medical certificates that were issued, and it's a growth of 14.9%. So these data are really alarming, which translates directly into the costs for employers and the whole economy, because employees are not available. And this also drives the costs of the system of national health care. There are 2 main areas where we have most of the problems and the largest mortality. It's cardiovascular diseases. This is definitely number 1. Number 2 are cancers. We conducted many studies showing, especially in the case of cardiovascular diseases, that they are driven by many factors that could be changed. For example, obesity. We see a dramatic rise of obesity in the society. I personally conducted studies that proved that obesity in the group 36+ is growing consistently, and overweight. So we have fewer and fewer people that have a proper weight. And this is one of the main factors of cardiovascular diseases. To avoid it, to prevent it, you need to have solid prevention and education. So, on the one hand, we are looking at education that I believe should start as early as at school, primary school, and should be continued throughout the whole education so that young people know what it means to take care of oneself. It's both primary and secondary prevention. Secondary prevention causes costs in the system because we are talking about some people who are already ill, but especially primary prevention. Vaccinations have already been discussed. You know what the picture is. So we are really, we fare much worse than other European countries, which I think is due to the lack of knowledge and insufficient education, or maybe reluctance towards this new knowledge. It sometimes seems to me that this is just sheer ignorance of this area here in Poland. On the other hand, it's about some simple steps. It's about the diet, physical activity, things that you do on a daily basis. So, in that way, you can truly prevent many diseases. So, I would say the following. Maybe what we need in Poland is a system of incentives, some perks that would be given to those people who really carry out those preventive screening tests. Carrot and a stick model to encourage people to change their lifestyle. That's why we end up with so many chronic diseases. In Poland right now, if you're 50 plus, you statistically have at least 2 chronic diseases. If you're 40 plus, you have 1 chronic disease. So these data are truly alarming.
Thank you very much, Director. When we think of public health, do we consider the economic context? To what extent is it important while considering strategies that are implemented, either short or medium or long term? Thank you for the question. Let me start by saying that the discussion for me is so soothing and rewarding. When we prepared the assumption for the health policy for 2015-17, and there was an update of Act of Law, we made social consults and we addressed the social impacts on the healthcare, because we know that even though it is important to make the blood tests frequently, the more important is what choices we make on everyday basis. The health condition of our employees and employers, obviously, it depends on what kind of society we are, because the employers and employees they are the way we are. Everybody will be, is, or was an employee, majority of us. Many of us are employers or have impact on other people that are in the working environment. And I'm speaking of the world of work or working environment, because we need to change the paradigm of thinking about work. We don't speak of factories anymore. It's like the director said, the safety and hygiene in terms of chemical safety, security in a factory. All of us, we work. Have a look at how the boundaries are blurred between the life at work and at home. That impacts our health considerably. So we have been discussing many aspects of chronic diseases and civilizational ones. I heard stress ones. Let's have a look at the mental health aspect. It's one of elements that we really need to consider. You know, all the problems in their social and economic underlying aspects, they are widely discussed in the literature. How the location where we live and our education impacts us, and how our behavior is then transferred on the state of health of our close ones. So yes, let's educate children at school, but also the education comes from parents and the community around them, because all of them, they give a coherent message to a young person. Education of children is one thing, from the childhood to being a student or later, but we should speak of health education and the life cycle adapted to really different needs of adults. A 5-year-old girl, a 13-year-old girl will have different needs in terms of education, and different than in terms than an adult woman or a 50-year-old woman. They're exposed to young, new experiences resulting from changing life conditions. So what I'm mentioning here, let me now transpose it to new conditions. The act of law on the public health have been in the public domain for some years already. I'm proud that we have noticed some of the phenomena over 10 years ago. And now we really need to speed up the implementation of what was planned at that time. It hasn't happened overnight, and both WHO and OECD know that. We speak of the economy of well-being or well-being and economy. The concept is the same, although the terms are different. These are social and economic conditions for health. Thank you very much. Professor, you are the rector of the Warsaw University of Economics. So how does that context apply to health? It's not so obvious. Well, it's not obvious, but still it is important for us, otherwise we wouldn't have been here. The economy, well, all the previous speakers, what you said, I could simply just address by saying, I agree with you. The economy is a factor that impacts health, and the impact is both ways. The health impacts the economy, obviously, as well. I am really happy that in your comments, you said about prevention. When we talk about economy and employees, and we talk about healthy employees, then health prevention is hugely important. I am glad that you paid attention to education. I represent a higher education institution, so education is close to my heart. We should really educate the society, just like we provide education in economy. We should educate people in terms of health and disease prevention. It should be started in the elementary school or even in the preschool, in the simple forms. We can see how students, when they come to the university, they talk to people who are representatives of the Center of Physical Education, they are in despair in terms of the physical condition of young people. Physical education and physical culture is what we really need to be taking care of. I'm happy that we're addressing it in this Congress. Now, coming back to the employers. Every employer should really take care of the well-being of employees. It is visible in 3 aspects. The well-being in terms of physical state, well-being in terms of the mental condition. And I think that post-pandemic, it has been a really serious challenge for the employers. And the 3rd aspect, interpersonal relations. And I do think that the interpersonal relations constitute a challenge as well. We should first of all, fight for having the employees who are healthy. And as Professor, you said, the sick leaves, their costs, and the number. We want people to go on a sick leave as little as possible. I'm convinced that this will be the case if employers take care of the well-being of employees. They should understand that it lies within their own interest and within the interest of employees, employers, and the whole economy. Thank you indeed. It's true that we have said about interest that is important, and it is a motivation to actually take action also for employers. And you have said in a quite specific way how to really provide prevention starting really early on and how it then translates into economy. The debate is about the role of employers along that process. So there is a research being conducted recently that shows what activities could be taken. I'd like to ask the Dean about the impact of employers at the beginning of the work relation at work, how to encourage actually people. Should we change something, or is it just a way of thinking? Well, definitely to change the way we think, it's not enough, and it would really take time to see it. We definitely need new tools. We need an entirely new architecture of the whole system. Without any doubt that the present one doesn't work. The current model of the health policy of the country is the one that is focused on disease, on doctors and hospitals. As Madam Rutkiewicz showed us the indicator of the hospitalization and payments for the hospitalization, it is a result of the structure as it is. Obviously, we could have this debate in the broad context of what is happening and what needs to change in prevention as such. But we can narrow it down and speak about this important group of Polish society, which are the working people, and then let's use the potential of the labor medicine. So we've spoken about the Prevention 40+ program, and I can admit that I haven't gone to participate in that program, but it doesn't mean that I didn't have my tests done. And the previous year I did, and the panel there was nearly the same. And then next year, the following year, I also had my tests done. But the data is not integrated. We are now despairing over the fact that Polish people didn't use the prevention program, which was called 40+. Many people used the other tools that they used them to take care of their own health, but we don't see it because we haven't integrated the data. I keep dreaming about the state that where we have the tools. I really find it doable for our yearly calendar, individual yearly calendar in our profile for e-patient portal. We can have it adapted to the sex or gender, age, and so on. And we would see in 2024, you have the following tasks to be done. To promote it, to adopt it, you're getting towards the end of the year and you haven't done your tasks. I am in favor of not punishing people because we cannot punish somebody who we haven't educated yet. A parent who doesn't have a conversation first but gives a punishment would, according to me, behave in a pathological way and definitely a way that is incorrect. So we can give incentives to society that people start giving or having this pro-health attitude. I would really be in favor of a sort of pro-health discount or incentives for people who really live a healthy lifestyle. And we know Polish people enjoy benefits, although it costs a little bit. Paradoxically, it would bring specific results. A huge challenge for today is lack of data integration that are collected on the labor medicine specialty, with the first a level of the healthcare, which is the general practitioner level. The doctors that deal with labor medicine and the general practitioners that should have access to the data, because they might influence me going to the prevention tests. The research shows that why people don't go to prevention tests because they feel they don't have time for that. They're not aware of it. There was even a study on the healthcare professionals, and they don't really know which tests they should do when. So we should deliver simple tools to people, and we would be able to coordinate important tasks better. Pay attention to one fact. I always give this example of solutions that are not implemented abroad, but in Poland. Task Inspection and Ministry of Finance took care of us, providing and taking care of us, keeping deadlines of the things we have to do. If we are about to have the yearly tax declaration, we log into our accounts and we have all the data collected there. So what is an obstacle for us to deliver reliable, well-selected information for individuals about what tests they should do? I cannot see the obstacles. I'm sure there are some. Let's try to overcome them. Let's try to find solutions to them. I think that this single step of delivering the information and integrating the data would put us in an entirely different position and would give us definitely different results. And one more thing about education. I would love to give one call for action. When we think about building competencies and raising awareness, let's start with a pregnant woman. The choices that a pregnant woman makes, it matters greatly later on what risk factors the child has. And my daughters always used to tell me that up to some point, parents decide about what diet is. So when we want to, shape the pro-healthy choices in young people, we really need to educate the parents, because it's a longer time. It's up to parents to take care of what the children have in their lunch boxes and what they eat when they come back from school. Małgosia, I'm really happy that it's not only me speaking that over and over again, that labor medicine is absolutely outside of the system in terms of digital presence. So all the digitalization efforts were just bypassing us, because we are financed by employers, whereas we have really valuable data. So sometimes the tests are doubled, and the patient does the same tests, because not all the results are given just to the patient. And when patients change work, they have to repeat the same tests, because the new employer doesn't have access to the previous tests. So what you're saying now, I'm really happy to hear that, because we have been asking for that for a long time. And I'm really grateful that there are representatives of the Ministry of Health today in this room. There's so much room for improvement. Here amongst employers, you know that you have access to the National Health Insurance Portal with the sick leaves, and there should be the declaration about whether the patient is fit for work or not. Because when the certification is negative and the doctor states that the person is not fit for work, then the patient goes to another and another doctor until they somehow succeed in having the positive one. So I've already had these conversations that our prevention recommendations have been the same for many years. Let's have a passport of a healthy employee. Once a person is in the system and has been evaluated for the risk factors and has some prevention recommendations, it should be written down somewhere. And the most obvious place is the electronic patients portal. When we started, it was not yet there. We imagined it would be an application for employee. But now this has been solved already. And the last thing, on the basis of the fact that we generate data, we collect data from prevention tests, we can evaluate the population and see the health problems. And secondly, after the prevention activities are implemented, we may evaluate the effectiveness, but we need to collect the data. There are ideas. I hope that they will just start springing. Madam Dean mentioned about the periodic tests. We've had a report that showed, well, what do we see from it? Has an approach changed? People have been discussing the role of employers a lot. Have they contributed to something that was actually visible? The report says a lot of aspects. It also shows how things changed in the recent years due to pandemic, amongst others. We can see very clearly how people are diagnosed with mental health diseases and problems. So all the trends that we've mentioned before, they are really visible in the report. When you ask me what should be done to have better results, to have healthier people, well, the report shows one very important thing. Health prevention is of huge importance, and we should speak about the primary prevention. Before speaking of health, let's speak of behavioral changes. Let's have some more sport in our life. Let's take care of the diet. Let's take care of the social relations. As Professor said before, these are really important elements. We as a company, we treat the sport as health-related activity because we strongly believe that the change of social attitudes in this respect will make us a healthier society. But unfortunately, when the prevention is not enough, there's a disease. When it occurs, when we get sick, it is important to deal with it well and quickly. The report shows that access to good and coordinated healthcare definitely improves the recovery of patients. It improves it to the extent that the absenteeism or presenteeism, this state where I am present, but I'm not quite effective and I can infect other people. So these are costs for employers. If the healthcare is effective and well coordinated, the absenteeism and presenteeism bear less costs. We have access to data from the National Health Insurer, and we can compare them to what we have from other sources and have a comparable sample. We have compared the data. As a result, we saw that access to good healthcare generates savings of 1,400 Polish zloty per person per year, and we calculated what the benefits are for the whole economy. So the saving goes up to 25 billion of Polish zloty, which is huge. And the economy could generate those savings if we had good and effective access to healthcare, and to adequate and coordinated healthcare that used assets in an optimum way without wasting them and getting people to be healthy quickly again. So we heard really specific numbers I'm wondering now to what extent can you see continuity whom are you addressing the question to? To what extent it is coordinated? So the studies that you carry out, are they performed and then nothing happens, or are they used for some purposes? I'll tell you about very basic things. In Poland, there's over 2,700 laboratories, and the big ones provide 3,000 types of tests. It's difficult to assess what is the total number of tests done, but when we assess the number of the products for tests, it seems that we're on the fifth last position in the EU. Now, I'm also referring to Madam Minister. Together with the employers and the Polish Society of Lab Test Companies, we want to have this project of law to translate all the names of tests to a consistent nomenclature. And then we'll be able to have some comparable data. That's one thing. Collecting data for the patients for their individual accounts and other databases, either at the payer institution or insurance institution, the data needs to be processed. Now, in terms of the labor medicine, there is an entirely new IT digitalization program. What the Ministry of Health has already done needs to be really well implemented. If you do it too fast, it's not, always optimal. But let me tell you a word about sustainable development. It will affect Polish employers now. The biggest companies that are in the stock exchange for 2024, and we are in the third month of 2024, they will report according to a new EU directive that will implement and introduce unified reporting standards and a possibility of comparing them. So how to operate in a sustainable way? There are ESG, and there's S, which means social. So please pay attention to how we take care of our employees and the company. It is called local community. Please note that according to 1 in 3 of European employees, health and well-being is the most valued initiative of sustainable development. We spoke about the absentees. The employers need to prove what they do along the various indicators. So they will have to report the absenteeism and the rate of absences due to accidents at work. And they would say, that many, 1,000? So what do I have in this company? And then they start analyzing. It's good to just see the overall impact on people, social, corporate governance. So what the ESG report for 2024 of some companies will cover. Now 300 companies report like that, but 3,000 of companies will soon. So it's also related to the health of employees.
So every employer will need to consider what is needed for their workforce to limit the turnover rate, to retain the talents, and to reduce absenteeism due to diseases. So prevention really is very important, and it can be something that could be of help. And this is something brand new in this system. Indeed, ESG has an ever-growing importance. It's hard to tell right now whether this will be the carrot or the stick, but for sure it will be looked at in detail by the European Commission.
Now, Madam Rulkiewicz, question to you.
About responsibility of employers. What actions could employers take in order to do more in the area of prevention? Well, I don't want you to think that it's the employer that should bear the whole responsibility. That's not true. There is some responsibility that should be borne by the state. So we must be very reasonable about it. At the same time, employers can use their resources for some very good ends. Occupational medicine is something that has been changing for better in recent years. Still, the situation is not optimum yet, as we heard before. I guess the role of the employer means that an occupational medical doctor should be close to a workplace. There are different companies, and so such an occupational medical doctor should be really close to companies. Also, in HR resources, we should have people who are well educated in the area of health, so that this person is a contact partner to a medical doctor. Because medical doctor that deals with occupational medicine can give you a lot of insights into exposure, occupational diseases, but also about civilization diseases. Now, in detail, what could be done by employers? I would say the following. Most of all, we could put more emphasis on prevention and preventive programs. But let me stress again, many employers waste their resources in that area because their prevention is not well designed. So that's why we need this inherent knowledge within a company regarding prevention. Any types of educational trainings offered to employees, as well as, consultancy, dietary assistance, and so on and so forth. Actually, even the relationship between the employer and the employee is important. People should be able to stick to a good work-life balance. With this, we won't cause additional stress to our workforce. Another topic are, of course, medical services, healthcare services. Many people use them in the form of subscriptions or insurances, and they pay for them additionally from their pocket. But it's not about prevention. You normally talk here about people who have some health issues. Chains like us, LuxMed, Medicover, also have an offering of prevention, and we have a proper offer to employers. I could also mention here integration, team sports, or marathons. So you want to have a workplace where employees are motivated to stay active and to eat healthy food. In many workplaces, you will still see cookies and sweets instead of more healthy options. So there is still some room for improvement here. It's not only about prevention and about knowledge, but employers, through their relations with employees, can also contribute to proper habits. We all need to learn these habits. Sometimes they are not complicated, but we simply need to repeat them time and again. Workplace analysis, this is something where doctors have a role to play. awards for sports achievements, for healthy lifestyles. So we are talking about adapting workplace to also people's sports activities. For example, if you have a shower or a cloakroom for employees, this all matters. Of course, I am not neutral here fully. I support employers, and believe me that employers must incur huge costs sometimes. And of course, absenteeism is a big cost, but it's good to give any type of relief to people, to motivate them. We don't want employers to become the only entity that pays this cost, because there is still a room for improvement in the case of the activity of the state. Okay, so one more question to you, madam. We've heard many ideas, and it's clear that there are solutions out there, but they are not properly integrated or coordinated. So tell us, madam, is it possible to harmonize these actions somehow, to utilize the potential of occupational medicine, to use the potential of individual patients' accounts, and so on and so forth? I'm so sorry, but I don't feel competent enough to answer all of these questions. There are many other colleagues at the ministry who would be more capable to do so. But talking about the employers, how they could make the workplace more friendly, where we've observed this some time ago with the cooperation of the Occupational Medicine Center. We also provide assistance to employers. We have an institute that supports employers in teaching them how to shape the workplace. Of course, medical services subscriptions for employees, that's not enough. This will not cause our employees to live forever. Therefore, the Ministry of Health has concluded an agreement with this institute that provides consultancy to employers. They have developed guidelines, and they also conduct individual consultancy. We pay a lot of attention to aging workforce because we do realize what is the demographic situation. You mentioned the data. Let me make the picture even more complex. I'm sorry for that. But public health is not only about the system. It's only about the data. It's actually far more complex to connect all the dots. This is all the healthcare services and events. Well, if you're talking about public health of all of us, consequences of it for the economy, then we need to talk about the data regarding health determinants. To plan public policies impacting health, we need data on employment, on residential topics, on education, place of residence. We have plenty of data that we can analyze. For example, we cooperate very well with the National Institute for Public Health. And for years now, we're working on a project called Profibaza. Please enter this website. It's still under construction, but you can have a look at it. In the end, we would like to provide the data on health determinants also locally. We believe employers should have information on actual problems, healthcare problems faced in his or her company. What matters more is health determinants in individual geographic locations, because it can be the case that in a given region there is a problem with alcohol consumption, or maybe lack of access to modes of transport. It all affects health. So yes, let's talk data, and I am counting on you. I hope that together we can comprehend better, because we need more data, but we also need to understand the data better. So we are talking about health competence of employees, employers, educating them, but these apply also to us working in those institutions. So we need to build proper health competence in different ministries, and this includes, of course, the Ministry of Health and in local governments. They have a big impact on the determinants in a given location. So data, open access, of course, with full protection according to GDPR. Right, so you referred to academia. Academics should kind of translate, should actually not only gather, but also translate and interpret the data in terms of selecting the best programs, right? So that health is seen as an investment and not just as a cost. Definitely, yes. And let's think about making all this coherent. I'm talking about the coherent between the system, employers, and employees, because without coherence, our efforts will be wasted. So it's good that we are all here representing different organizations, because I believe that this is the only hope, the only option. We need to join our forces. Only then can we talk about proper achievement. Now, in terms of data collection and analysis, we do operate based on proper data, but we need to rebuild the trust in the society. I believe that today, and I won't refer to particular examples, but today, this trust has been really tarnished, meaning people are not confident what actually is happening to this data. So the patient portal actually is the perfect place to gather these data. And a patient may choose to make them available or not. After all, it's the data that are owned by individual patients. Now, in terms of individual companies and HR management, this is my specialty. Here, I'd like to draw your attention to several items. First of all, you need to be a role model yourself. We want to have empathetic managers. So managers must also be healthy to be a role model for people to follow. So they need to be equipped with basic competence in terms of health and prevention. Second of all, we need to make managers aware of the fact that there is no point in saving money on your people. I am, by the way, an employer myself. So if you want to make savings on your people, this will be very short-sighted. And Professor Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak very rightly said that many things happening at the labor market will change the current situation. The research shows that people expect that employers will take care of their well-being. So if a given employer doesn't do that, then such people will simply leave such a workplace. One more thing. We are talking about different companies. Some are big, some are small. In smaller organizations, you could combine this into such a way that you have a health manager. So a person who has a holistic approach to people and provides support to them. So it's education, support, and action. You need these three elements to make it happen. And the second element, which is more and more frequently seen in companies, you may laugh, but actually it's very serious, is the manager for happiness. Really, I'm serious. We indeed smile at it. Yes, and I'm saying that in a very serious way because this is a crucial function. Well, think about it. A happy employee will be more positive. And the mental aspect, as you know yourselves, has a huge importance and impact on health and on overcoming any disease. So we need a positive happiness manager. Right, and this person could also motivate people to take care of themselves. Right, you wanted to make a reference, right? Yes, I wanted to respond to that. We've been talking a lot about different tasks and functions, but I think the problem is a bit more complex than that. If you look at the statistical data, we have about 5 million organizations, business organizations in Poland. 3.5 of them are sole traders. 75% of the society are employed in small or medium-sized companies. Now, if you talk to SME representatives and they hear these proposals to introduce a happiness manager or whatever, they say, well, I'm afraid you don't know what it's like to have a small or medium-sized company. Well, a medium-sized company maybe could afford it, but a small company not. That means in that discussion, we must never forget that most Poles are employed in those small companies that have simply no tools and no resources. These companies will not be obliged to compile ESG reports. And it's a huge headache for them to get by in the current reality of galloping inflation and growing costs. Hence, when you talk about employers' roles, you should seek solutions that will apply to all employers, including sole traders. We should strive for solutions that will escalate, that will actually alleviate those inequalities in access to healthcare. Another systemic solution is needed to address companies of different sizes. There are so many examples in Poland of employers that do invest in the health of their workforce, but it's not the majority, let's face it. So many times these are people who are excluded in other areas, and so they have even less chance that they will retain health. For example, people who work in small towns. So thank you very much for paying attention to it, Director. My personal research experience shows that a partner for medium-sized and small companies in this conversation about health should be the local governments, like the local health centers. We have so many graduates of health management that are not utilized in the system. That's why someone else must do it and render it as a service for micro companies, sole traders, and small companies, so that we don't miss out this aspect. Right. I feel I need to respond to it. No, I just wanted to share this with you. Yes, of course, I fully realize that. That's why I've said on purpose that I was talking about big companies. Of course, we would need to organize another panel to discuss that, but providing support to SMEs is really a different story. companies, SMEs, must be able to find money for such initiatives, and they will if they will be properly supported. And one more comment on ESG. Well, we like to think that it's only about big companies. But take a big company that cooperates with a small company that is the supplier of the big one. Then they are also obliged to compile this report. So ultimately, these reports will actually be obligatory to all companies. Could you take the microphone, please? Well, in many cases, occupational medicine stipulations don't apply because it only applies to people who are employed based on an employment contract. In small companies, people oftentimes are employed based on civil law contracts. Right, and this only shows how complex the reality is in Poland. So over to you, sir. Could we consider introducing the following solution? That is prevention, such as mammography and cancer prevention, and the costs will be incurred by the National Healthcare Fund. Oh, and by the way, we will need to sum up this topic. Right. Actually, the pioneers of such prevention were company outpatients clinics. In the past, companies had their own outpatients clinics. Right now, we are talking about primary healthcare centers. In the 90s, we introduced the so-called health pyramid, composed of the primary healthcare service, then specialized services, and hospitals in the end. Today, it's very much different. I believe occupational medicine and prevention could indeed fill in the missing links in the system. I am a gynecologist and obstetrician, actually, by education. So I was just wondering if a certificate of an occupational medical doctor was necessary. For example, that women should get such a certificate to show it to the employer. And maybe then people would be simply ashamed that they didn't undergo those different tests, for example, to prevent breast cancer or other types of cancers. Like, for example, cervical cancer. In Poland, we have a high prevalence of that disease, which is not the case in many other countries. 5,000, this is the mortality in case of breast cancer. 3,000 is the morbidity, 3,000 is the mortality for breast cancer. And only 30% patients really come for these regular checkups. So I believe that occupational medical doctor could also make it obligatory to undergo such screenings and tests. I think that would be very reasonable. And all the proposals you've just shared with us are great. They are far-reaching. But let's talk about here and now. What could be done now in the next days and months? And coming back to my initial comment regarding education, we need to educate people. We need to educate also pregnant women who should educate their children. And you also asked about those screenings. Well, screenings should be actually prescribed by the primary healthcare doctor, for example, mammography. And I am a big fan of such a solution. I'm going to talk about this in the parliament.
Thank you very much, Professor. Together with a sum up, can you please make reference to this proposal that could actually be forwarded here and now? So maybe let me comment on what the MP said. It is a good practice, and we teach it like that. And we created a passport of a healthy woman. So the labor medicine doctor asks women about cervical checkups, breast checkups, and other female-related health checkups. Oh, but we do not start a visit at the labor medicine specialist by asking those questions. Here in Europe, there are countries where those visits, those checkups are not obligatory. So if we have them as obligatory and we promote them, let's do it in the correct way. But we cannot actually expect that everyone would obey the recommendations voluntarily. You said we ask questions, we do not impose an obligation, but it is the doctor that should make patients aware of that. Maybe an insurer might require that the checkups from patients and increase contribution if we don't obey the recommended tests. Thank you very much. Well, we have said and heard a lot about the role of employers. The way we can sum it up is the healthy employer is a healthy company, and healthy company is a healthy economy. Healthy economy is the healthy country. We've heard also about not, dropping everything on the shoulders of the employers, but let's add a third player to that, the employee, us. At Medicover, we have a solution that is called a healthy company, that is a comprehensive solution for employers and ensures many dimensions of taking care of the health of employees. Prevention, restorative medicine, support, this element of extra work benefits, the elements that are important for people. But when we see how people use them, that is the problem. A simple example, let me give you this. Medicine is treated as the intervention medicine most often. We get sick, we go to doctors. And the sport is not this element. So when we see how many employees that have both access to both benefits use both, the difference is that much less people use the sports benefits. So we really need to promote the sport to everybody, to kids in preschool, school, so that we really have this capacity of making right choices and taking the responsibility for our own health and for how long we are healthy. Let's stick to lab tests. Really, what we can do quickly is a panel of tests for particular civilizational diseases that would be available in the lab labor medicine doctor. I think it should be obligatory. When we start with a low level of awareness, I think we should really put some obligation on people. Otherwise, we won't have a result if when we bring up children, we tell them to wash hands before every meal, but we kind of force them as well. So the tests can be organized very well and the doctors know what to do. The labor medicine doctors know them. So there are competences in Polish labs to be used. And I believe that if you get a result from a test lab and something is outside of the normal range, of the normal reference range, that's the best moment for this particular person to actually take action. In this moment, the probability of a person taking action is the highest. And when a doctor receives a test, they know what to do with a patient, and it's on the table, it's available, and the money is not excessive to actually make tests for people. Maybe a project, you might create a project. The panel takes longer than the same committee. we may be effective. President Rulkiewicz, could you please sum up from your point of view? What I think is this. Let's not give up on education. I really think we need to continue education. I heard several good things, and I thank you for that. It's true that it's us who is responsible for our health, the role of the state. It is to make the infrastructure available for us to actually undergo the prevention tests, but the life is in our hands. We need to implement the opportunities into our own reality. Nobody will do that for us, even if we put people on the red carpet. If they don't want to do that, if they are not aware of the consequences of an unhealthy lifestyle, lack of the health prevention, they won't do that. A human being, I guess, if they're affected, if there's pain, they realize the consequences. So let's remember it. We used to say that we are responsible for our health. For many years, there was an illusion that the state will do things for us. The state needs to provide a platform for acting and help in education, but it's all up to us to take action. Thank you very much. Director, so would it be possible to introduce changes quickly? And again, I will not answer the question, but I thank you, because thanks to this discussion, I can see that my everyday work makes sense. Because we are discussing the responsibility, where the responsibility starts for particular stakeholders. The employers and employees are exactly as the same, the whole society. Let me also notice one more thing. Actually, the difficulty in the topic that we're addressing is that we need to change the paradigm. We keep talking and we continue talking about health protection, the tests, the role of a doctor, collecting data in lab tests. It is really important, yes, but we talk too little about the responsibility that is before we enter the doctor's office, before we take the blood for the test. And that is an element that I'd like to emphasize in my sum up. My department deals maybe more with a human being. Other departments maybe deal with patients. You are always a human being, and you just become or sometimes a patient. So actually, the debate is not about employers, but about employees, and we are all employees. Education, obviously. And ladies and gentlemen, the changes won't be introduced quickly. Educating employees. To do that, we need to change the values. And that change is the most difficult one. Please notice we keep talking about one basic value, which is the value of caring for one's own health, and every individual should be most interested in it, and an employer should just be a support for every individual to deal with it. And with regards to that, and to sum up, let me tell you what we've already discussed, but it's really important. Education, apart from this individual dimension, we should really start with managers. If the managers understand it, they will implement it. They will introduce it to some extent to their companies. If the managers don't understand it, we'll continue to have things the way they are. And according to me, the health-related education of managers is really important. The third thing, coherent activities that we undertake. Let's be coherent in what we do, and it will bring good results. Thank you very much. Let me just add to the education. Actually, when we educate managers, we emphasize their obligation towards the employees, but I think the education should be in education in all the directions, in all the faculties of university education. So in legal or engineering studies and faculties, we should emphasize the capital, the asset that health constitutes for us and for the people that we work with. And one more thing, one more solution, just at the very end, because it's important. I'm absolutely in favor of building the responsibility and accountability of individuals. In Western systems, then this responsibility is really strictly defined by an insurance contract. And the citizens in our country have a lot of rights and don't have obligations. So the insurer will really set differences and divide people into those who have high appetite for risk. That's another way to put it. So the key role to which I think we agreed is the family doctor's role. This person is our partner and our guide in life. The state should be oriented on health and not disease. At the National Health Fund, we elaborated over a year ago some indicators that would serve every owner of the basic health care clinic would get a profile and a report to what extent they carry out the tasks that are within the a set of services that the basic healthcare provides. And it is comparable to communities, to cities, and voivodeships. In some places, it functions really well. In some places, it doesn't function so well. But the system as such is not collapse. It's not in the crisis. There are places where people have really spectacular results on the European level with prevention tests, for instance. So let's appreciate those centers and those who treat their own obligations with some like take it light-handedly. They should be affected somehow within the system. Well, discussion was really valuable, and it actually doesn't end because the topic is ongoing. Well, thank you for your participation. Let's move to the second part. And I will give the microphone here to the audience because we have a question, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, I might be one of the oldest people here. I was born before the war. I lived in Warsaw the whole time of occupation, the Warsaw Uprising. I was 6 when the Germans, the Nazi, was chasing me away from here. And let's remember that 5.5 million Polish people were killed in that war, and we were destroyed. But that's not the topic. I wanted to tell you that on my hands, 2 of my friends died who were retired people for a long time, 1 doctor and 1 engineer, and they both were chain smokers, really addicted smokers. I would like to tell you this, in this conference today, we heard a little bit about people who are too many people are obese in Poland. I remember when I was leaving Warsaw and later on, we didn't have fat people. Quite the contrary, after war, people were really slim. So there were anti-tobacco actions. One lady said about anti-alcohol campaign, but we didn't hear about anti-alcohol, anti-nicotine. In Poland, what we would really need is to educate the kids really early start smoking electronic cigarettes. That should be really important. It should be promoted in cinemas. But no, it's quite the opposite. Well, excuse me, but if we don't do that. My wife was a doctor with a second degree of specialty in the Labor Medicine Institute in Łódź. Thank you. I really pay your attention to the fact that if you don't work at the basics, you don't get results. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. It is really important, and we really forgot about the basics sometimes. So still, it's smoking cigarettes and alcohol that is harmful. It's not only running, jogging, and biking. Let's move to the second part of our debate. I welcome Aleksandra Osowska, HR Director of m.st, and Anna Panek, member of the board responsible for HR of Sonley. We'll be really grateful if you presented practical solutions, because we've covered them a little bit, but that was a theoretical discussion, and we actually did not show how it can really look like in practice. So let's hear it from you. Can we please start? Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I think we will continue along the line of what the previous speakers started. I regret that President Rulkiewicz left, because I'd like to tell her about the perspective of employers, but we have Artur Białkowski, so I'll also be happy to speak to him too. I have just a couple of slides of my presentation who can really provide the basis for our discussion. That's our purpose, to have a discussion. The rector here mentioned for a couple of times how important the manager's role in an organization is. A person who would be health or happiness manager would be useful. Together with Ola, we may say that HR departments took over that role. They've been changing a lot for quite a time. When I started my education 30 years ago, I started my studies at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow. I studied HR, and I was in the personal management faculty, and I worked in that role. So I'm showing the points how it changed, starting with the typical personal management through strategic management. And the last point is it's HR that is a creator of happiness in the organization. So just to make reference to what the director said, integration, gaming, competition, and building involvement. The last role of HR, it has become the guardian of the well-being in organizations. We have, as HR specialists, we need to really realize that it's our main role currently. We have heard a lot about how important the healthcare is, and the private medical insurance. This package is offered by 85% employers in Poland. This package, it's great, it's nice. I'm speaking from the point of view of my employees, but in order to have a pediatrician or internal medicine specialist, my employees need to work for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So is that what we want? What can we do together with the Medicover or LuxMed to just improve it? I think it's quite important. It's a pity that we won't talk and won't challenge us to see how we as employers perceive that aspect. I saw some young people, some students. I thought it would be great if they listened to the conversation that we're having when they go to work, what they can expect or require from an employer. Because apart from this basic package that is offered by everybody, we offer a lot of benefits that really improve the well-being. This can be a massage that people need, that can be taking care of an employee by psychologists, up to 3 meetings, and then hybrid working model that on one hand it allows to be in the organization and build engagement, and on the other hand it gives us time to take care of what is most important, which is private life. We also have the flexible working time with a work-life balance integration. It allows us to really divide the obligations that we have as a working person and as a parent. It seems that my presentation got stuck, but it really doesn't matter. I think we'll just have a discussion about the rest of it. I want to tell you that we as employers don't understand the challenge that we have ahead, or that we are the guardian of the well-being. We understand it, but we also need a better quality from the providers of services that we want to oblige ourselves to have and to provide to employees. Aleksandra Osowska, what is your experience? What do employees need? Quite often, it needs to be adapted to the profile of an employer and or to what people came, because it is personalized. Thank you. I was listening to the previous panel, and I have this really pleasure, and I'm in this privileged group. I appreciate it that I work in a company that is a biomedical company, pharmaceutical company. It's my third company of this profile, and quite frankly, the quality, the knowledge, the education that we can deliver to our employees is the biggest quality, the highest quality. I agree that even in the private sector, access to doctors is difficult, but I also understand the other side. But doctors, they run away. They are employed also by the pharmaceutical companies too. So let's not blame anybody, and let's not just point fingers. I believe in education, self-awareness, and I believe in this voluntary quality of the decisions. What we bet on, we educate employees. But obviously, we support ourselves with knowledge of experts, specialists. We invite specialists such as Jacek Jasen, a world-class oncologist. We train people. We teach our female and male colleagues how to examine breasts. And it's really moving when guys come and they examine the breasts, because 50% of the breast cancers are actually discovered by the partners. So they feel this responsibility. They feel that they're co-responsible. If we have lectures about the cervical cancer, or we celebrate the HPV Awareness Week, the gender-related things are not a taboo for us. People show.
To już jest taka rzecz oczywista, bo my potem wiemy, dlaczego te chłopaki mają.
So our colleagues show photos, and we educate guys why they should get a job as well. I have 2 teenagers at home, and I was surprised that they know so little, and I also educated their daddy, because to me it was really only natural. How come people don't realize that HPV vaccination is not just something for girls? First of all, it's the boys who could spread the infection, but also actually different cancers can be caused by HPV. So my boys at home no longer puzzle at that. This has become quite clear to them, and this is what we should be focusing on. So we do have external experts, but we are also privileged enough to say that our employees have proper knowledge and education. We have a nutritional expert. She can run lectures. We don't need to engage external companies in every case. For example, if a colleague of us is a hepatologist, then we invite them to give a lecture. And our vaccination team really is like a cult. They are so involved and they have the highest level of engagement. The sense of their life is to spread the mission and educate people about vaccination. So really, it's worthwhile joining our efforts with foundations and experts. And there are many such foundations, for example, in Warsaw, that deal with the persons with disability. And however, still employers don't have that many success stories. And I don't know how come this is possible. Why don't we have so little people with disabilities in our workplaces? It's still a taboo. I'm just wondering how eager employees are to take advantage of these solutions and what's most appealing to them. What's your take on it? Well, we like to make these solutions not just HR-led initiatives. Rather, we want them to be some grassroots initiatives. And we help employees implement these ideas. So Ola mentioned the access to specialists and so on and so forth in her company, which is great. We, in turn, are a financial company, so we don't have such a great access to specialists. And yet, we still can organize such programs, which we do jointly with Medicover. For example, in October, we talk about prevention of prostate cancer. This is directed to all the gentlemen. All the gentlemen are encouraged to undergo tests. And March, that is dedicated to cervical cancer prevention and breast cancer prevention. So we will organize a webinar for our ladies. We will offer meetings with oncologists on how to examine breast and so on and so forth. So you can see here, even though we are very different sectors, and we met just 5 minutes before this panel, there is so much in common that we have. That is the offering that we would like to provide to our employees regarding also education. Just like Ola, we also encourage our male employees to promote health and prevention among their nearest and dearest daughters, wives, or mothers. And they can do that during their working hours. So it's at our cost, kind of. And that matters. People need to have time for it, to do a test, not after work, but during the working time. I guess this is key. Now, if you're talking about some other benefits and perks, well, actually, we just listen to what people tell us. And if possible, we try to help them. It's not always possible, but if there is any possibility, we do our best to help them so that they can fulfill their needs and achieve well-being in our organization. We really want them to feel well. And actually, one of the speakers during the previous panel said something interesting, and I'd like to continue that, which is the importance of well-educated managers and presidents and heads in our organizations. The Lancet, I think, published a study that says that hadn't it been for being overloaded with work and poor work satisfaction, we would be able to reduce by as much as 25% all incidents of depression that are observed among employees. And mind you, up to 2030, depression will be the most common disease in the world. That's what WHO says. And I agree. I know that some of you may differ. Me at home and my husband, we have different opinions, but this will be a challenge for the whole society. And we need to start with education. Otherwise, it will be very bad. And I'm sure Ola will agree that we have 18,000 therapists, 500 psychiatrists, pediatric psychiatrists, and 500,000 teachers. So I'm wondering whether this education on early detection of mental disorders and depression is properly done. This should definitely be promoted more. Thank you. So with this, we will need to start drawing some conclusions. So tell me, please, what do you think is the level of awareness among company owners that they need to focus on health promotion, health education, or organize some events to really just join people, integrate them? Please, if you could just briefly sum up. Of course, I'll do my best to be succinct. So you referred to some events, parties that frequently means alcohol. So that's a question that an employer needs to answer if they wish to offer alcoholic beverages during events or not. Let's not promote things that are not healthy. And talking about tobacco, about smoking, if it's a month of lung cancer awareness, we must keep educating our people because it's still the first killer among females in Poland, and I really didn't know that before. So let's organize meetings and talk to experts. But you're asking about the level of awareness. I think this awareness is ever higher, especially when it comes to mental health. Some 15 years ago, I talked to my boss and I said to her, listen, I am a psychologist, and so mental health has always been important for me. But I just felt that there are too many people that fail to come to work because they don't have depression. It's a burnout, yes. It could be burnout, but it could be also bore out, a new term. And such employees were stigmatized for that. And I'm so happy that now people talk about it openly. And I know that we are not the only company that does that. We've had 20 workshops on psychological safety. Really, you don't need to have huge psychiatrists or psychologists to talk to us. They should focus on patients. But let's simply talk to people. Let's sponsor such events. But this shouldn't be done still by the HR ladies, but by the CEO of the company that should also share their stories. Our CEO at this workshop said a story that 80% of males in his family committed suicide. And he was not ashamed. He was not afraid that he would be judged. And this was so powerful. And it's so great to talk openly and to organize wise campaigns, short campaigns such as, are you okay? It's just one sentence, but are you sure? Are you really okay? This frequently opens the door for people to talk more about themselves. So a health manager or happiness manager is a great idea, but I think every manager should have this competence in their on the list of their obligations. Yes, indeed. Well, it's similar in our case. The example has to be given by the management board. They need to be the role models. So we should be talking about the HR, the management board, but it's also the employees who should also take care of their own health on their own. So what we could do is to organize different events. For example, we have such an event that is called Have You Known That? Or Did You Know That? And I'm going to show you something that surprised me and my people, which is the statistics of children and young people who attempted suicide. This is just so depressing. And we, as employers, need to look at that because our people, our employees have children. And we see here a huge rise of suicidal attempts in children for many reasons. Social reasons, the pandemic, the threat of war, parents made redundant, plus education on equality, acceptance and tolerance at schools. I think this is where we should step up, that we should look not only at the employee, but also at this employee's surroundings. So, for example, we've carried out a campaign devoted to well-being of children of our employees. We are starting a project at schools right now, but I think this should be important also for employers, other employers. So let's be holistic. Let's not only focus on what is here and what is now, not only on our employees, but we should look at them as members of families. Thank you very much for sharing this, because you're right. If we do this, then this picture becomes quite different. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you very much for moderating this session, madam. Also, a big thank you goes to all the panelists. So, Clara Klinger, once again, let's give her applause for excellent moderation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:30, which means, looking at our agenda, that I shall now invite you to a coffee break. But please make sure that you're back in 20 minutes' time. We wish to discuss further the topic of physical activity. So see you in 20 minutes.
Zapraszamy na ciąg dalszy Międzynarodowego Kongresu Gospodarka i Zdrowie. Ja pozwolę sobie przypomnieć, że to wyjątkowe wydarzenie.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming after the break. This is our Congress of Economy and Health organized by the Warsaw School of Economics and the City of Warsaw. This year's edition is dedicated to the holistic overview on the prevention. In a moment, we'll have a session about the health prevention through physical activity. Ministry of Health with Minister Izabela Leszczyna and Ministry of the Sports and Tourism gave the patronage. The education-related patrons are Warsaw School of Economics, Medical University of Warsaw, and University of Physical Education. Media partners are Wyborcza.pl, Media Onet, Dziennik Gazeta Prawna, Super Business, and politykazdrowotna.com. Let me introduce now Professor Jolanta Żyśko, PhD, from the Academy of Physical Education in Warsaw, who will moderate this session, leaving you in a very good hands for the next 2 hours. And I'm giving the floor to you, Professor. I took over the mic from the graduate of our Physical Education Academy. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Particularly warm welcome to all of you who have remained here in the afternoon with us. We will be talking about the prevention, that is pro-health prevention, through a holistic approach. That's why we need in this debate the physical activity. That's why we're particularly grateful to the Dean Wachowiak and particularly Professor Hausner for including the prevention through physical activity in this important Congress on Economy and Health. Therefore, we can show you from our perspective how important the physical activity as a tool is to really shape health. Our today's panel will feature 7 presentations, and we will move on to them shortly. Before that, let me just give you some words of introduction. How do I change my slides? Very well, then. International prevention and recommendations of international organizations in physical activities that supports health is a notion that has been present for many years in the international politics. In this context today, we'll speak about the physical activity as such. How important it is, you already know. The results of research show consistently that very poor health condition and physical activity is the state of things in Poland. It seems that our session, for us, obviously, it is really important because it shows us the tool that can be used for shaping health. It can indeed be an important tool in the health prevention. Why is this topic so important? According to the latest research from the Eurobarometer, the EU study on physical activity, in Poland, the physical activity that has been low is decreasing. The decrease, ladies and gentlemen, is particularly worrying. In Eurobarometer results, we are one of 2 countries which noted an increase of people who are physically non-active or very rarely, and it's a considerable increase by 9%. 9% of people more responded to a question, are you physically active? They said never or very rarely. It is particularly worrying as a result, And we will speak many times today about Eurobarometer, and these are the latest results. When you compare it to 2017, the current state is really worrying. Polish people in general have a really low level of physical activity. As I've said, 77% of Polish people said never or rarely, whereas 62% of Europeans respond to these two questions together. And this is really problematic. Participation in physical activities is significantly lower than in other European countries. The physical activity is performed by Polish people who actually take part in physical activity is also lower. The cost of lack of physical activity was estimated by the Polish Economic Institute in 2019, and it indicated 7 billion Polish zloty per year. We've heard larger amounts today with other types of prevention, but I think this number is staggering as well. We might actually save, say, 7 billion of Polish zloty if we were more physically active. Polish people consider that the conditions for physical activity are really poor. And more often than in the EU, which is 2% compared to 42% of EU people, they think that local authorities don't do enough to provide the citizens with physical activity opportunities. The economic dimension of sport grows. It is a result of global trends that we've been observing in sport as such. So the influence of sport services and sales of products is of 10 billion Polish zloty as an impact on the Polish economy. So there are certain global and European trends, and they include, in terms of sports, professionalization, commercialization of sports. I'm speaking of sport, but physical activity as such too. Along the definition of sport that was actually included in the European Sport Charter, sport is any type of physical activity, but we will talk about physical activity rather than sport, but we need to be aware of the global processes. There is, of course, the European integration process that is happening, and it's good to see how the global and European structures have been building their policies in this respect. What the policy is, what recommendations are created within those structures, both in global and local and European level. Obviously, the organization that is leader in creating standards on global level is the WHO. The most significant document about of physical activity and its impact on health is without a doubt the preliminary report from 2020, and then strategies for on diet, physical activity and health. At the European level, what we can see is several documents in the area of health and physical activity. I'd like to focus on one of them mostly, a white paper on sport. It was the first strategic document in the area of sport that was included in the EU policy. This document states very clearly what the European model of sport is, and it really differs from the American one. The American one is really oriented at the commercialization, professionalization with the leagues, and the European model is based on social and education-related values. this document on social and educational aspects was the first document to actually discuss improvement of public health through sport as their primary goal. So we're not speaking about the physical activity on an individual only, but we are actually considering the impact of physical education on public health. It then is transposed on the financial data. What we know is that sport as physical activity, it has their autotelic and instrumental values. Autotelic means physical activity, competition, and most of all, which is also visible in the EU policy, is that the sport is a tool for actually bringing other policies into life. Now, let's go through recommendations, both from the level of the WHO and from at the EU level. Recommendations for physical activity, again, there are very many. Of course, the question is, since we have recommendations, why is the situation so bad? Why is the physical education has been so neglected and poor, since the policies exist and recommendations point directly to what should be done? I think that the EU recommendations about the physical activities is really important. We all know the WHO recommendations about physical activity. They will also be quoted today several times. And at the end, let me make reference to some indexes, some indicators of the international policy. They were also formulated in EU documents, and they really serve as specific measures to see whether the policy is and to what extent it is actually implemented, and how we should actually follow the evidence-based decision-making or evidence-based policy. We should shape further moves based on that data. Now, these are the indicators of the implementation of EU policy on physical activity as support for health. It's not bad, but not all of them are implemented. And the end conclusions. Many times we heard it today, and our conclusions will be identical. Firstly, all the activities should be systemic and systematic. We should cooperate within several sectors. We cannot actually shape policy in physical activity that supports health, neither in Ministry of Sport nor in the Ministry of Health. And then monitoring, to which I really encourage you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the second presenter or speaker in this session is the rector of the Józef Piłsudski Academy rector, Bartosz Molik. He'll tell us about the physical condition of kids and youth in Poland on the basis of our project. I don't want to be late. I'm really kicking off. I will speak very fast, and I hope both the teams here of interpreters will try to catch up with me. So what do we do generally? We spoke about the diagnosis. I will focus on it a little bit, but I would rather focus on recommendations of solutions that we have made. In terms of diagnosis, a specialist from the area of physical education medicine, I'm a physical therapist myself, but we focus on the problems that are obesity, overweight, and diseases. We emphasize the negative results of the civilization development. And they are really often related to hypokinesia. It's not new that physical activity is decreased. We have been emphasizing that since the 70s, the regular physical activity of children has been growing, and we've been monitoring that since the 70s. In the 90s, that was a moment when the physical activity went really down, together with the stamina and endurance. The endurance is the variable that we analyzed. So generally, there was a lot of recommendations, many of them. Unfortunately, neither media nor other structures, including the governmental ones, failed to listen to us. And I listened to one of the journalists, and he told me bad news is good news. So the element that really served us as a point of interest is the role of pandemic and the impact of pandemic on the physical condition of population. We are interested in kids and adolescents mainly. So we have launched a program in 2021, and we have over 450 people from all the physical education academies in Poland. We've trained 31 physical education teachers in Poland, 31,000 physical education teachers. It has always been important for us to train them, and everybody used to tell me that teachers are the most difficult group of patients, and we actually succeeded in really having high results and high evaluation from the program. What else? A result that was benefited, or that was drawn from this program, is the extracurricular activities. They were not only dedicated to sport, but health, rather. So they differ a little bit from the trainings. What was important is that we also got the early education teachers involved to that. When this project was being developed, I opened several teams. So I will present the bad news today, so examples of results from the studies by 3 teams about the fundamental motor skills of the monitoring of the physical condition and movement alphabet. The results are really interesting. We have a portal and 3 reports from the project with specific recommendations, diagnosis, and recommendations, and there's guidelines. We have a smartphone application. It will be also supplemented with AI. I hope the Ministry of Health will publish on Friday the information, but it's there today on our website. Now, in terms of diagnosis of physical condition, as we started, we wanted to see what the 2021 state of arts was. So what we did was to measure the physical stamina and skills. We've carried out several tests, and it showed us that in 10 years, in 11 years, young people became heavier from 2 to 4 kilograms. We have 15% of students with obesity, overweight problems. And what is worrying, the results from the 90s compared to 2021, the results showed the sharpest decrease of the cardiovascular and endurance and capabilities. So I expect that me as a kid in the 80s, I was 30% more or less more efficient in my physical activity than the kids that are 6, 7 years old now. These are alarming data. They require a reaction from doctors, from specialists, from teachers, because the physical activity, the health, and the diet are 3 main pillars that we should really pay attention to. What we succeeded in, we proved, which was obvious to us, but we wanted to demonstrate that children who took part regularly in physical activities, their physical stamina and skills improved largely. There are somatic indices as well. Let me move on. In the second study group, we have seen the other phenomena. We wanted the media to get interested. We've been talking about that since the 90s, and we were not listened to. So we approached it a different way. Now, we didn't measure in quantitative terms how high the kids jump, how far they jump. We looked at the children in qualitative terms. Are the children able to actually meet the basic requirements of the school physical education curriculum? So we had these specific activities, exercises that we analyzed and measured. And we measured that from a qualitative point of view.
Meaning everyone could score from 0 to 5. So you would get 5 points if indeed your jump was correct. So the results are as follows. And 1 year ago, I was afraid to show it. But now it turns out that 90% of children and young people don't have enough motor skills, for example, to do some skipping. 94% of children do not fulfill the curriculum stipulated for physical education. And I confronted one of the ministries with this fact. So talent identification only applies to 6% of children in school because 94% of them are deprived of fundamental physical fitness and motor skills. Now, the skipping, for example, about 70% of children and young people were not even able to score 1 point. 57% can't do skipping. And I was really shocked in the beginning. I actually thought that this is not realistic. But then I talked to teachers and they confirmed that indeed this is the current condition of children and young people. So if we want females to be healthy, to give birth to children, then we need to start with the youngest. If the youngest fail to possess the fundamental motor skills, then their health will deteriorate surely. People ask us in the media, is the society healthy or sick? And I like to say it's less and less healthy. And we hope we will be able to stop this downward trend. So we took the next step. And here, this is by the initiative of Professor Kosmal and Makaruk. Here, we wanted to use some solutions that are already out there. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we came up with something called motor alphabet or movement alphabet. This is what other countries such as Canada or Slovakia have already implemented. It's about physical literacy. This is about shaping fundamental motor skills. So it's not only about being able to write, to read, but also it's about mastering physical literacy. Last year, we confirmed children in Poland with children in Canada. And it proved that the motivation and self-confidence is quite high. But if you look at daily activities and motor skills, what children do with their parents, here the level is very low. Canadians regularly engage in physical activity. Our children have a good self-confidence, but they don't have as much physical activity. So we came up with a whole alphabet of physical literacy. We've published over 300 pages, theory and practical recommendations, how to teach children with respect to walking, running, jumping, and other activities. We hope this guideline will be useful. And with this, let me move on to conclusions, because you've heard so much today. Some people say, well, Children in the morning learn better, and physical activity should happen later. But physical activity actually helps children perform better in other tests. If you've mastered physical literacy, then such children are prone to be more active in later grades and further education. So we have I know that I only have 3 minutes left, so just what is my final conclusion, proposal for the future? So this is that physical activity classes should not be spontaneous. Well, imagine this, spontaneity in terms of Polish or maths. You expect children to be spontaneous, right? No, that's not possible. So yes, you need to have time to play, but physical education classes should be properly structured in such a way that children can form basic motor skills. So when we talk to ministers, they say in grades 1 to 3, we can't organize PE teachers because actually physical education in the first 3 grades is not conducted by PE teachers, but by, educators. So they have no idea about what they are doing. Why couldn't this be changed? Because then they would have less work. So this is an economic factor. Hence, we can't improve basic skills of children and teenagers. That's why our proposal is that we should first of all teach children physical literacy without any specialty areas. And then those children that will be eager and skilled, they can be interested in other sports. What matters most, however, is regular physical activity. We want to shape this habit of regular physical activity in children. And we hope that with this, the society will have their lifelong physical activity. That's what we are striving for. Last year, we proposed something called 5 elements of activity and health. It's innovation, continuation, purposefulness, commonness, and quality. This has been published, so you can read more in your free time. And by the way, I hope that you are going to get this presentation later on. It's guidelines for teachers, and I'm just going to focus on one thing, which is about interdisciplinary and cross-sectional activities. I've talked many times to ministries, and oftentimes I hear we have our own ways of doing things. No one is doing things cross-sectionally. So why are we stealing these solutions from Canada or Australia? Because they were able to have a cross-sectional solutions. 5 ministries joined their forces to jointly improve physical condition of children. Normally, the leader in each of these states is the Ministry of Health. Without such a cross-sectional approach, we will always act in silos. And of course, right now, we do cooperate with the Ministry of Health, with the Ministry of Sports, of Education. They all ask me for advice. And I keep saying time and time again, we all need to sit down at the same table and come up with some joint systemic solutions. Otherwise, we won't go very far. And by the way, our program, this one is quite visible, but there are many other programs out there. Many scholars and participants of this conference organize their own programs. But as I said, we need to have one common systemic action in order to really improve physical education of children and youth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rector, for presenting our project. We actually started implementation of this project, so there will be more and more data coming in. As you can see, some of them are quite negative and surprising. only confirming the results presented by Eurobarometer. And now we will hear from two lady speakers, Elżbieta Biernat, professor at the Warsaw School of Economics, and Professor Monika Piątkowska from Physical Education University. They are going to talk about sports activity of Poles as a sustainability goal. So we will now hear this lecture from the ladies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Monika Piątkowska, Elżbieta Biernat. A big thank you goes to the Program Council and organizing. Thank you for allowing us to hold this speech. In terms of physical activity, obviously it can improve your health and also support the whole economy. Therefore, it's also an urgent social cause and an element of sustainable development policy. It's a key element to counteract non-infectious diseases. Failure to have physical activity contributes to over 20 chronic diseases and 9% of deaths globally. And this should be said clearly and loudly. This is the statistics of the WHO. Now, a healthy employee means better economy. And I'm sure this is no secret now because we've heard many speeches about this. And Professor Żyżko referred to some studies that show that if you don't have enough physical activity, this leads to huge costs, over 200 million euros for Poland and over 1.3 billion euros of indirect costs. Hence, physical activity is a good tool to strive for the third sustainable goal, which is quality and good life. Monitoring physical activity and observation of some population-wide trends, as well as different determinants that fuel activity or lack of activity, seems only necessary. We heard from Rector about children and youth. We are going to focus on adults. In this study, we wanted to analyze some trends regarding sports and non-sports activities undertaken by adult Poles during the last 10 years. Since health behavior is not only fueled by individual choices, we decided to take the Salis, Owen, and Fisher's environmental approach, where you don't only take into account individual factors, but also interpersonal, environmental, political, and global ones. For the study, we used secondary data. Eurobarometer, indeed, it's a treasure trove of data. So we used data from 3 editions, 2013, 2017, and after the pandemic in 2022. Importantly, in Poland, the same methodology was applied, that is, direct interviews conducted via the computer. Each time we had a representative sample of the Polish society. Now, to study the dependencies between physical sports and non-sports activity and other determinants, we applied proper statistical tests. Now, what are the outcomes? Professor Żyżko actually mentioned that to some extent. You can see on the chart some quite alarming data, showing that people have no sports or non-sports activity. 2/3 of Poles in the year 2022 declared that they never did any sports. And this trend is growing. Now, if you look at the chart on the right-hand side, the share of people who are non-active in terms of sports, on average, is lower by 20 percentage points than it is in Poland. And the same also applies to other than sports physical activity. Almost 50% of Poles declared they didn't conduct such activities, and this trend is also positive. And this is much higher than the European average. Moreover, we analyzed the frequency of this participation. If it's, for example, 5 days per week, only 2% of Poles declare that they have such activity 5 times per week. This is much less than on average in Europe. I'd like to draw your attention to the following thing, and you can see it very well on the chart regarding Poland. The year 2017 seems to be a true breakthrough. You can see that from that moment on, we see more and more of people who stopped to be active, and we also see a downward trend in those people that declared regular activity. So we're wondering how come this is the situation. We analyzed motives and barriers to physical activity, and we came to a conclusion that this is not something that is really driving that drop. If you look at the motives and barriers, they actually are the same as 10 years ago. Interestingly, we have fewer people who are active for the sake of their health, and we have more people who practice because they want to be in better sports condition. So maybe we don't have enough promotion on the positive sides of physical activity. For example, in the sports program to 2020, people paid attention to social goals. If you talk about the improvement of physical condition, as I'm quoting Mr. Zembura here, it seems that the ministries that were responsible for physical activity at that time dealt mainly with organized classes and sports. And to a lesser extent, they paid attention to leisure time activities. And you can see here that it's different in the case of other European states. Number 3 for all European states is entertainment as the reason behind physical activity. This may be because Poles who are active are at a higher level. They get prepared to different contests to improve their physical condition. 22% of Poles take part in different marathons and runs. But let's have a look at barriers. And these barriers, unfortunately, have not changed for the last 10 years. And actually, they are more and more anchored in the society. And besides, that's also a problem of Europe. Interestingly, in this case, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, it's not the isolation that was the main barrier, but rather lack of motivation or lack of time to undertake such activity. If you look at interpersonal factors, we looked at membership in different clubs and volunteering activities. And apparently, Poles are not as frequently members of sports clubs as in the EU. Sports clubs in Poland seem to be only reserved for elite athletes. They are not seen as a place to integrate with others. That might be the reason. You can see also here that Poles like cultural clubs that are close to their households, like employee academic clubs or clubs for teenagers. Maybe that's the reason. This is maybe something that could help people increase their physical activity. Now, in terms of volunteering, again, the share of people in Poland who do volunteering is smaller than in the EU, and yet we see some positive signs here that we hope that this also contributes to more sporting activities. And now when it comes to environment, here we looked at a couple of things. First of all, where do people practice sports? And whether where they live, there is a place where they could go and practice sports. And we grew quite interesting here because it shows that Poles don't practice in gyms, or that they don't practice at different clubs. Maybe it's their social initiative. People started taking action. Every second Pole likes to practice sports at home or in a park, or by simply walking from home to work. So they use those non-formal areas to practice sports. Or, for example, they create some paths for cross-biking in forests. Now, environmental factors. 70% of Poles are actually satisfied with the current offering regarding the infrastructure and sports opportunities. But remember, please, that infrastructure is good for people who already are active. If they are not, they need proper social support. So local governments need to take action. And local governments should make sure that the inhabitants are active. They should coordinate actions, organize campaigns or lectures. They should take part in different initiatives, cooperating with experts to create centers in order to help Poles be active. Unfortunately, 50% of Poles declare that they are not satisfied with their local governments. And remember, local governments are those that implement certain central strategies. And the final factor that we looked at, that is the influence of COVID-19, which is the global factor. And this confirms that Poles started, took up initiative. So certain people really engaged in sports activities, but certain institutions had to really cut down on their spending on sports. In some cases, it's over 60%. So almost 50% of Poles started to take initiative, and they still were able to conduct sports. So conclusions. We see a clear downward trend in physical activity. We need to take action instantly to really deliver sustainable development goals. We have no other option. So what can be done? We need to do away with barriers, individual barriers, but also environmental and political ones. We are relatively satisfied with the current infrastructure, but I think we should change the nature of these sports clubs. They should be more relatable. They should seem to be a place that people identify with. Maybe they could open up some cafes, or they could train their staff to also activate the society. We believe that physical activity right now is mainly driven by social initiative, which is good. But let's not forget that physical activity is a community effort, joint effort. That's why local governments must take action. Also, central government must take action. And let me say again that we need to have that it's the institution that needs to be the driving force, because it has to be multidisciplinary, like sports is. Hence, it needs to be properly secured by organizational resources and by advocacy. With this, we will obtain recognition of politicians, society, and investors. And in the end, I'm just looking at my timer, and I'm on time. And let me just say how important it is to monitor all actions, like COPA or HEPA. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo pięknie panią profesor dziękuję.
Thank you, Madam Professors. I think it has been a really interesting presentation for all of us. I invite next speaker, Dr. Hanna Małęcz, PhD from the Academy of Physical Education. She will tell us about the education and studies about the physical condition of children and youth. Thank you very much for having me. The event has been fantastic so far. I was here in this Congress last year, and I'm really glad to see how it evolves. And this panel is just an example of the great development that it took. I have two news for you today, a bad one and a bad one. The first bad is that all our children are overstimulated, overfed, and sedentary. Most of them. This is what the research on children and adolescents show. And the second news I will give you at the end. But the good news is that a response to all those both bad news is physical activity. To all the three phenomena, physical activity is the response, is the healing mechanism and the way to solve it. Let me tell you a few words about the recommendations by the WHO from 2019 and 2020 about physical activity. They changed as compared to the previous ones, and it matters for the advocacy and popularization of physical activity right now in future. Now a little bit about international cooperation and creation of common indicators, and about the studies, the research, and advocacy. But we want to speak about physical activity in a loud, strong voice. The second series of the recommendations by the WHO is the second wave, as I said, and it was created on the basis of the evidence-based public health. Physical activity is a multidisciplinary phenomenon which encompasses many areas, and that's the way that we should approach it. So the latest recommendations take that into account. The public health that is evidence-based has 4 tasks in care in terms of promotion. The first one is using evidence to provide the reasoning, argumentation. The science gives us reasons to actually present what we want and to put pressure on decision makers. The second one is monitoring and supervision, the surveillance that is sometimes translated as monitoring. Unfortunately, sometimes this is surveillance that is constant and long-term and based on specific indicators that are observable for decades. Review of the best practices, what works, what doesn't work. And it allows us to actually make decisions on which way to go from there and where to invest and finance. And then monitoring whether citizens actually meet the recommendations. I don't need to provide you with the details about the recommendations, but I'll tell you about the ones for children below the 5th year of age. It's not only physical activity itself, the immobilization time, which is called sedentary. time and screen time, which are the hours spent in front of a screen, and sleep. So it's not only physical activity, but a broader approach to actually charging and discharging of energy in children throughout the day. The same in kids and youth from 5 to 17. Physical activity, sedentary time, and screen time, as well as sleep. One thing that I want to pay your attention to, none of the recommendations, either the first one below the 5 years of age, nor the second one from 5 to 17, were not translated and propagated to the extent that we all could say that there's this document, it was approved by the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Sport. It is an official Polish document with recommendations. It has not happened. So this is the third bad news. Let's go back to some more positive things. We're undertaking some activities that are based on international cooperation, national and international, about the monitoring of the joint indicators, the ones that we want to check and the ones that are included in recommendations. We want them to be comparable across Europe. And we need to have the indicators. So some activities were made, actually standardized the indicators. When we talk about physical activity, we want to speak about the same things. Here on the screen, you can see examples of some of the indicators. Physical activities, moderated to intensive, sedentary behavior, screen time, sleep, organized physical activity such as trainings, active play. I'm looking for Paweł Zambura. This is the indicator that is not doing well in Poland. And other, I hope that they will be mentioned further on. So we try to actually have them really under the same definitions. This research that was done in Poland on representative groups, and we may say that the direction is to actually have the indicators standardized. Let's take these 3 examples of studies. They covered people altogether from the kindergarten to actually the teenagers. This surveillance and monitoring, HBSC from 10 to 17 years of age. Anna Nadzierska is the leader of the study. COSI, done by Anna Fiołkowska, and then also by the Institute of Mother and Child under the direction of Anna Nadzielska, and the Sunrise research that will start in the 3rd part of this year will actually go to the part where we'll do field studies, thanks to a rector of our academy, which provided the financing. So we have the standardized indicators. There's a network of scientific institutions that work together and that they do the work together. I'm really happy to have Ela Biernat and Monika Piątkowska speaking before me. They work together in Global Observatory of Physical Activity. And there, every 3 years, there is a physical activity chart prepared for Poland. Many countries take part in the project, and from there, we can see the indicators. We have the data, and we can show every couple of years how the indicators evolve. We'll do the 3rd edition of the charts. That will be published at the end of 2024. Now I'm looking at my second colleague, who is the head of the Polish team of Active Health and Alliance. Starting from 2016, we have been providing monitoring of indicators of physical activity that allows us to have this global matrix where we compare the EU countries and the countries beyond Europe. in terms of those indicators of how the recommendations are actually carried out. And now in the previous series, there was an interesting upgrade of this project in 2016, and there's the article in the slide. It was about inclusive nature, inclusive quality of it. So we included children with some disabilities. Now, what is advocacy? Why do we do it? Firstly, we want to combine some individual and social activities into three simple purposes. Political engagement. We want somebody to finally change something, especially law. Secondly, social acceptance. Well, it may seem a marginal indicator, but it is really important. We heard about vaccines as an example. Vaccines. Why do little people, not many people, get vaccinated? Or why do so few people actually take part in the prevention tests for people over 40 years of age? So the social acceptance finds the barriers, understands them, and provides solutions to overcome them. So how to speak about some areas of physical activity. To all actually make people accept some activities more. Supporting policies and systemic solutions. This is something that we really need in physical education. We need systemic solutions that would make it easier for us, that would actually make us choose healthy things along the life. Advocacy will be a central element of efficient promotion of health. This year, the European Health Week is called Health is a Political Choice. From the 13th to 17th of May, we will be talking about health during the whole life and the siloses. Siloses are what many people indicate in various areas in healthcare and economy. We have heard it from Professor Malik recently. And international organizations also point to that. They come to Poland and they say, okay, we want to have a child-centered thing, but you have child in a ministry of health, of sport, of family, of science, wherever. The child is everywhere, and we want a child to be at the center. What Bartek said, and I thank you for actually voicing it out. We need to follow this advocacy effort in order to get the siloses combined and act together. The budget, I think, seems to be the main key factor. If there's a joint budget, the possibilities could be found. So actually, we have the tools to do that. We know how to do that. We know how to promote physical activity, how to actually be an advocate for physical activity. We have the checklists, for instance, or this approach as presented here in the slide. We know who, when, what, how, and say what with a defined message content and scope, the input to the message, and there's a format and the delivery as well. So we really have detailed approaches that have been elaborated, that have been published already of how to do that. Let's just want to use them. A very fresh and a tragic piece of news that I've announced before. This month, an article was published about the recommendations for children below 5 years of age, and it also shows how to actually deal with children, what rhythm to use to actually get this advocacy and involvement go smoothly. The same article shows us this tragical state, and the things look the following way. The question was asked in the EU countries on the Sunrise program. They are marked in any color, and this dark gray means the countries that did not deliver the data. There were 3 questions. Were the guidelines adopted for the physical education of children below 5 years of age, where they're distributed, translated. The first graph shows the green color in Portugal and Belgium, in the southern part of Belgium, without Brussels. And Finland, but not quite. So not all the age groups and not all aspects. So recommendations were only for physical activity without sleep or sedentary activities. The second question was asked, and that's the second graph. Is there constant surveillance of the physical activities in those populations, in the representative groups? And nobody does that. No green color here. Only the orange one is left. There's a country by the Vistula River. The red color is there all the time. The third question, where the guidelines used to build a specific health policy, and the response is entirely in red. It is sad, but as a way of consolation, we may see that there are some joint initiatives on cooperating about the indicators. They've been actually kicking off really dynamically and developing. I think it will really change the outline of the graphs that we've seen. Professor Druga, I've showed 2 years ago at the conference of Polish Cardiological Society this slide, and I added one thing to it: what to do and how to act. What can we do? Educate families, spend time with our kids and with our families, have an active transportation, and have integrated local and national activities of communes, of schools, of the families, of really like bottom-up activities. Then organize and finance extra school physical activities. And these are for local range, local activities. Next one, introduce, implement recommendations and supervision over them, and eliminate silos. We need a child-centric approach. And on this positive and negative note, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. We have got a lot of recommendations and many policies, and we don't have implementations, actually. The indicators that I failed to actually list showed the positive responses because the ministries gave the responses. So depending on whom we ask the questions, who prepares the reports, are they for WHO, are they for European Commission, there's a different picture of the story. Usually the ministries paint a beautiful picture, whereas the reality is that the activities are really very limited, although there are recommendations, obviously. Next speaker, Professor Monika Łopuszańska-Dawid from the Academy of Physical Education in Warsaw. She'll tell us about the determinants of health behavior of Polish residents, importance of economic and social factors. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm grateful to all of you and organizers in particular for inviting me to this session. As you can see from the title, I'm going to go a little bit beyond physical activity. I think it will be still interesting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about the determinants of health behaviors of the Polish people, one moment, I need my clicker to start working. There it is, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about the determinants of the health behavior of Polish residents, we need to talk about psychological stress, psychosocial stress. The conditions of life have been and still are with intensive and ongoing stressors with pandemic and war, other armed conflicts, droughts, or floods. We can definitely say that in those times, those populations undergo not planned historical biological experiment. In crisis times, the living conditions of everyday life change and the lifestyle needs to change as well. People start worrying about their health, life. It's a long-term stress. As a result of that, I would like to tell you about the social and economic factors that played a role in that time and changed significantly. If we focus on our country, Poland in the last 50 years has undergone a huge economic, social, and biological changes and transformations. We, of course, know that we went from a central economy through a huge, strong social and transformation with a period of shock, through liberation of economy, of the market, down to the Polish accession to the EU and latest factors such as the war and pandemic. At that time, two new social phenomena occurred. That was unemployment with nearly 20% or hyperinflation that went up to 600%. With regards to that, my team of a physical and biological anthropologists with Professor Bielecki, Tadeusz Bielicki, the purpose was to actually track the interdependencies and directions of dependencies between the conditions that we live in, the social economic conditions, and the biological well-being indicators, such as the height, the mass of the children and youth, the puberty pace, physical condition of adults, various aspects, overweight, processes, involutionary processes, and premature deaths that are before 65 years of age, most of all. Additional purpose for our studies has always been to see what are the directions of changes in interdependencies of the living conditions and crisis periods. Let me show you a graph. It's a representation of collective results of studies that were carried out from 1986 on Polish women in the fifth decade of their life, 50 years of age. The first study was done in 1986 and the last one in 2021. To make it clear, I presented here only the starting point and end point. We may see two tendencies that are positive that we noticed in the study. In that group, in that age group, and this study period, number of physically active women that are regularly active increased. The number of women who are not active increased as well. So we're speaking about a dichotomization of society. So the fraction of the non-active people increases, and on the other hand, there is also a group of people that really take care of their regular physical activity. The second positive aspect is, compared to 1986, is the smoking non-smoking ratio. The smokers ratio went down, and the number of women who don't smoke increased a little bit, but there's a trend that is visible in a third graph that shows that women who smoke cigarettes smoke much more cigarettes than they used to. So if a woman smokes, she usually smokes really intensively, over 20 cigarettes per day usually.
The remaining trends are very negative, especially in terms of alcohol consumption. But drinking coffee, we know these days that it can be quite positive. So, ladies and gentlemen, we looked at the risk of anti-health seeking behavior. This was qualified as risks in our study. We included cohorts based on which we identified individual groups. This reflects very well the history of changes in the society with regards to social and economic factors. We also looked at education to exclude potential interactions. Interestingly, as compared to year 1, that is 86, the reference year, also tertiary education, that was the reference group, it turns out that both changes in time, the birth cohort, is an important change factor in terms of anti-health seeking behavior and health seeking behavior. A certain regularity can be observed, that is, in the years with the powerful crises and economic transformation, the risk of alcohol consumption, frequent one, went up 18 times as compared to the reference year. Right now, it's twice as high as compared to 1986. Look at the risk of being passive in terms of physical activity. Again, the risk at the point of hyperinflation, high unemployment rate, was 8 times as high. Right now, this risk is at the same level as in the year 1986. Now, let's have a look at education. Again, we can see here a certain correlation of health-seeking behavior dependent on your level of education. Let's focus on smoking. Here, it's very simple. The lower level of education, the higher the risk that you're a smoker. So this is 40%. That's the difference. But if you look at other variables, the direction is quite surprising, that the lower the education is in females, the lower is also the risk of anti-health seeking behavior. So women with lower education, in the case of 30% for alcohol, have a lower risk in that regard. I think it will get clear in just a moment, because in the analysis we included macro fundamentals, indicators describing the situation of women in the labor market in Poland and in the society in general. We looked at their age and education. And have a look. It turns out that the times in which we live and the level of stress under which we live is the main predictor of anti-health seeking behavior. The second indicator describes the share of women in managerial position. The more women in managerial positions we have in a given country, the higher the risk of anti-health seeking behavior, unfortunately. Now, Gini's indicator, social inequalities, the higher social inequalities, the higher the risk of anti-health seeking behavior in women. Now, what are the positive takeaways? Looking at the share of women at academia or employment of women, here, this is very positive. The higher these indicators, the better. The more women we have in academia and in the labor market, the smaller the risk that they will undertake behavior that will be negative for their health. Now, talking about indicators, there is this project, WF za WF, and it's about physical education. We always carry out survey among parents of children that attend sports clubs, where we ask them about their economic standing. And it's quite measurable, because it turns out that if you look at the children that joined such clubs, half of them are children of parents with university education. So they had higher sports awareness in that regard. So these health-seeking behaviors are to some extent modifiable. We talked a lot about this today. This is, of course, driven by social and economic factors. Now, does it really matter, or is it more a problem for humanities? Well, I am a biologist by education myself, and I have a different take on it. If you look at biological features of the society as related to the level of education, I see very clearly that there are castes, or at least strata, in our society. If you look at prescription outcomes and the height in individual social groups based on where people live and what is the education and profession of the father. This study has, these data are collected in Poland for the last 50 years. So independent of your birth year, sons of fathers with lower education, farmers from countryside, are always shorter than the sons of fathers who are well educated. These differences are very relevant. This, in turn, translates into the shocking differences in the lifestyle of people depending on their economic standing, and not much has changed in recent decades, apparently. Or if you take females, when you think about the basic features about biological conditions such as BMI or the share of fatty tissue, hypertension, or total cholesterol, you will see here very clear social gradients, irrespective of whether these studies were conducted in the 80s or right now. Meaning people with higher education show better parameters, these vital parameters. Now, involution, anthropousal changes in men. Irrespective of whether you look at all such symptoms or just selected ones, and independently of you're talking about younger or older gentlemen, this is what the studies on men in Wrocław show, the level of education really translates into the severity of such andropausal symptoms. And the older the respondents, the higher the symptoms. So this really is hugely important. And finally, mortality rate. We looked at mortality in the period of social and economic transformation of Poland. And this trend has remained quite stable. That is, both in the age groups of 20, 30, 50, or 60-year-olds, people with university education have lower parameters, so the untimely death risk is lower in their case. We know that an educated Poles live 11 years longer than uneducated ones. This is for men. In the case of women, it's about 5 years difference. So this brings me to the conclusions. First of all, health-seeking behavior is strongly correlated with the level of education. Even though more and more people in the society have university diplomas, it still shows big differences in terms of health. And we still see certain social gradients that are related to unequal living conditions. So people with lower education should be the target groups of our activities. I'm talking here about prevention and health-seeking campaigns. And the final conclusion is about women. I wasn't able to deliberate more on that topic today, but we see a certain masculinization of lifestyle of women because they more and more frequently have managerial position, and that comes at a very high price, psychosocial costs, which are buffered by their anti-health seeking behavior, such as smoking, which is confirmed by cancer rates and other health problems related to smoking. So one more request, please design programs not only against smoking or promoting physical activity, but also programs that could reduce the psychosocial stress in people. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Paweł Zembura, who actually has been mentioned many times. So Paweł, probably you feel under some sort of a pressure now, right? As everyone quoted your research. So now we'll hear more about policies to promote physical activity in Poland. And the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, I do feel the burden. I actually feel quite overburdened, not necessarily by the fact that people mentioned my research or our joint research, but rather I'm overburdened by the multitude of valuable recommendations that were shared today. This area of physical education can indeed be interpreted from many perspectives. This is quite fascinating. I also feel overburdened to some extent because I also want to add some recommendations to that list. And clearly, we need them on many levels. And I'm just going to concentrate on one of them. We talked about the individual area, about social and economic determinants of health, about physical activity. Also, a lot has been mentioned about policies and deficiencies in Poland. I'd like to talk about what a good policy could be in terms of popularization of physical activity and what it should be characterized by, and what are the current policies in that regard in Poland, under the proviso that I'm fully aware that I will only touch a little bit, a little tip of that mountain, because I know that we're talking about a very complex phenomenon. So first of all, policies are normally understood as procedures, principles, and regulations that are not written on paper. But I'm going to focus on those that have a form of written documents. Policies that are to carry out some assumptions that have previously been written on paper. We heard from previous speakers that at least in the advocacy groups promoting physical education, that they sometimes react very emotionally about new recommendations and appeals. So I'm talking here about the WHO, for example, that keeps extending the recommendations for individual groups of citizens, such as HEPA, that operates in Europe, as well as research groups such as GOPA, ISPACH networks, and Active Healthy Kids Global Alliance. And yet, physical activity and sedentary behavior is very far on the list of health priorities looking at other health challenges. So I'm here looking at what is the priority of these policies on the national level. I'm going to refer to the outcomes of a study published by GOPA that was conducted in 18 countries. And these countries were asked to declare which physical education-related policies they have, and they keep implementing them. Have a look. The share of countries with any written down physical education policy is very high, 92%. As many as 62% of countries, including the small ones, have in place national recommendations regarding physical education. As many as 30% of them have a separate strategic document on the popularization of physical activity, which is an updated document. And also 1/3 of the sample did not have such a strategic document in place. Now, half of the countries subject to the study have defined some measurable objectives regarding physical education. And 2/3 of them have conducted some monitoring activities regarding this area, that is population-wide studies conducted at least twice regarding physical activity. And the follow-up plan and allocated means in the budget was only the case of 12% of the countries. So at the national level, apparently, physical activity is not something that is actively ignored. But if you think in terms of priorities, like, for example, that the next research or next studies, when they would be conducted or if, then this is a very good sign that tells a lot about the priority level. Now, what is it related with? I've been listening to my dear colleagues, fellow experts, and it struck me that we indeed are dealing with a very complex phenomenon, physical education. That's something that can be considered from very different perspectives, and there can be very different ideas on how to boost this physical activity. So physical activity is defined as a complex problem, a complex issue where you really don't know where you should start from, because there are so many of the challenges in it that you have a hard time. I'm talking about policymakers, of course. You have a hard time trying to figure out what you should start with the infrastructure. Well, theoretically, we have some infrastructure. What about programs? But then who should be your target group? Then maybe let's educate them. But let's educate them about how valuable physical activity is. Well, I think most people realize that, don't they? So it's really hard to tell where we should start. At the national level, there is this problem with lack of cross-sectionality, because there is no tradition in Poland of joint cooperation. It's not that common that ministries really do the same thing. They don't get engaged in a conversation. So no wonder that we don't have proper mechanisms in place if you look at the next 5 or 10 years.
And finally, the role of the local government. The way the cooperation is between the central government and the central administration and the local government, it should be treated like myths. The cooperation in this area of physical activity is based on the financing mechanisms often, and not on shared ideas of cooperation. What I'd like to address now is, as we've mentioned, we need good policies. What is a good policy, actually? I tried to sum it up on the basis of a couple of analyses and recommendations of international societies. It is characterized by a certain scope. It is not limited only to sport. The area on which we focused our activity today largely, there are target groups defined. So if we address a policy to everybody, we really actually reach the ones that are already active. The quality of a policy. So is it related to facts? Is it reflected in international recommendations? The way it is implemented. So for instance, when the policy is actually formulated, did it take into account various stakeholders who will be responsible for implementing it, or the target groups that will be the targets? What is the reporting? Are there mechanisms for reporting, monitoring of the development of a project, and financing the assets? It refers to the staff as well. So these are the area of policies. Now, specifically for Poland, with regard to only one target group, promotion of physical activities in children and youth, data for 2020 analyzed using some tools and indicators described in the Global Matrix 4.0. There, a tool that was exceptional was an attempt to analyze the policies in qualitative terms. To what extent do they adopt the recommendations? And these are policies that we defined in the scope of the physical activity promotion for kids and youth. And it turned out that vast majority of them, 7 out of 10, covered only sport. The transport was not mentioned, or really sporadically. I mean, alternative transport or bike infrastructure. These are single activities that were only in education, health, or came out of those areas. The policies that focused on physical activities were 8, and only 2 spoke of sedentary behaviors. That's an area that we only touched upon slightly today. And it is really important, as equally important as physical activity in international documents. In formal terms, it turns out that the policies are well defined. They have clear financing mechanism. We know who's responsible for them. There is a monitoring and evaluation plan. Half of them had one. So the problem lies elsewhere. Where does it lie? The policies there, I don't really feel that I'm actually solving the big knot that we've addressed today. But let me make reference to the fact that the Polish way of thinking about the physical activity from the point of view of sport leads us to a really serious limitation in number of stakeholders that are involved in the topic, to a really limited financing that comes from the Ministry of Sport and Tourism, actually, and from local government budgets. But then again, the sections that are dedicated to sport. And there are no policies that would actually make reference to the sedentary activities or behaviors. And also, the policies are well defined. Their implementation may really differ. And I haven't analyzed that. Let me finish on the specific recommendation that were translated, and many of them actually are really interesting. But what I want to say is that we've been waiting for 3 years for a strategy on a national level that would really treat the physical activity and sedentary behavior. One that would, to some extent, address some of the challenges that we're talking about here, the lack of intergovernmental cooperation, lack of mechanisms of cooperating in a field of physical activity. And physical activity is really far at the very bottom of the list of priorities. My impression is that I'm really speaking to people who know perfectly what challenges are. But I will tell you that if it is being recorded, I hope that people who are responsible for those policies, that they will take into account this call for action to create new strategy, not for sport, but for physical activity as well, and for sedentary behaviors as well, into new opening and our thinking on how to influence the results of the policies that we've talked about today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have an impression that we differ a lot, but we are similar at the same time. We speak about policies and recommendations. International policies are present. We know a lot of them. We know them, and the implementation is so poor. The last strategy was up to 2020, and it really should be followed by a new one, one that would be written in a better way. And at the end, creme de la creme, Professor Wojciech Drygas, who voiced some comments already, but he's in our session on physical activity as well. Thank you for being with us, Professor. We'll hear from you about the physical activity of all the generations of the Polish citizens. What are the conclusions of the latest reports on public health, a report that you co-authored? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the invitation to this session. It's really nice, and you've given me this suicidal mission to be the last in a conference. Last speaker at this time of day, particularly that, there's a banquet announced. This is for a suicider. So knowing that I will present the good information only, I think it's a good way to go. Before I say something, I would like to actually tell you that I really enjoy your session. It shows us your competences, your really expert quality and enthusiasm. You've based your contents on your own research, and you've shown the international cooperation. So it's not speaking that what it seems to me. It's reliable knowledge, although unfortunately it's difficult to accept for the reasons that you spoke of. Okay, now I have a riddle for you, a mystery. Who is presented in the picture? Can you please tell? A man, we can see that. Not a young man, we can see that. Stanisław Kowalski. He was the most senior runner in the world. He received many medals in athletics. Have a look at him. He was 105 years old, and he won the race for 100 meters race with 33 seconds result. And I wish all the sports people to actually live up to that age so successfully. He was the most senior person in Poland and was very physically active. He rode his bike every day, 12 kilometers a day, and he started dealing with master sport almost in extreme way when he was 85 years old. wonderful examples that show us how important the physical activity is. Not everyone will live up to 112 years, but have a look at these photographs. These are our colleagues. We spoke about women, so let's have some guys here and let's show them in the pictures. Distinguished scientists from various times. They had immense scientific success and they lived up to a long time. Jeremy Morris, he was originally from Poland, lived up to 99 years. Ralph Puffenberger, who ran over 100 marathons. Paul Dudley White, he went up the 40th floor when he had a press conference, and when journalists tried to follow him, he were unable. And my colleague Fernando de Padua from Portugal, a propagator of public health and physical activity, and he left this world aged 95, but at 92 he would really preside in our national conferences. So when we combine the physical and intellectual activity, the scientific one, and a healthy lifestyle, we may obtain surprising results. It's one of my favorite slides. We can see the good benefits of physical activities from head to toes. If we had 2 more hours, I would discuss it in detail, but let's just assume with certainty that it's a fact. Only 33% of adult Polish people, in spite of those wonderful effects of systematic physical activity, they have adequate and enough of physical activity. Majority of Polish people don't have it enough. Children, young people, senior, and it contributes to premature deaths and serious social and economic consequences. And we don't really realize that, or the politicians don't realize it enough, I think, and many healthcare professionals either. Ladies and gentlemen, an initiative was created to have a health committee at the Polish Academy of Sciences to elaborate the guidelines to improve physical activity in Poland. That was in 2019. The task was really ambitious. And here are our most important goals. One of them was to elaborate national recommendations for physical activity and integration of the experts from various milieux. It simulate and professionalize the promotion and advocacy. It turned out that there are national recommendations that nobody heard about. We doctors, we haven't heard about them because they were prepared really in a decent way, and they didn't really get to all the environments. We made in touch with the team and exchanged our remarks. We invited 43 experts to work on the committee. So let's avoid the silos character of the work, and we are an example of how we can work. Physical education, sport medicine, sociology, cardiology, pediatrics, labor medicine, sociology, economy, public health, health policy. I think we have rarely teams comprised of such a diverse panel of people. Let's have a look at the represented institutions. I'm really happy to have Professor Biernat in the panel. You contributed to the work of the team, you remember, and we had a really good cooperation, although we had to work in a remote way because it was during COVID. So there was dozens of institutions with medical and physical education institutions, many interesting people. One of the best marathon runners, Professor Radkowski from Gdańsk, Dr. Gajda, and some of the best specialists in Nordic walking as well. Katarzyna Prusik, she was the world champion in Nordic walking. People with a really high scientific input. 95 positions in literature. What we did, we're really proud of. There is a publication that is called Insufficient Physical Activity Level in Poland as a Threat and Challenge for Public Health. I was the editor, together with Dr. Gajewska from the National Institute of Public Health and Professor Tomasz Zdrojewski. The publication is available on the website of National Institute for Public Health, and I really encourage you to download it and read it. Let's be honest, I can say it as the first author. These are really good chapters and some weaker chapters too, but they really give us an overview of really is the fact in this era. Ladies and gentlemen, one of those chapters by Professor Bartosz, he elaborated on some regional publications, and he saw that if our level of physical activity was as in Austria, it could reduce the number of deaths yearly by 56,000 deaths less per year. It would also extend life expectancy. So it's worth reading. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, in a group called Polish Zdrowie, the Committee of Public Health at the Polish Academy of Sciences, we prepared a policy brief, which is about the improvement of physical activity of all the generations of Polish people. Bartosz Molik represented the Physical Education Academy and physiotherapy. Professor Osiński, expert in sciences of physical education. Professor Fijałkowska, who has been dealing with a physical activity of children and young people for years, and Anna Jäger, deputy president of the Sport Medicine Association, and myself, and Professor Zdrojewski, who is a very well-known person in many environments. So we prepared it, and for whom is it? I'm showing the fragments where we listed some recommendations for various age groups. We defined some terms, and we love the documents to get to the media, to be popularized, to be received by the society, and we want to reach politicians. And Professor, I think we should go to some ministries with this document. I'm hugely optimistic. Good news only. Yes, I am optimistic. Will they listen to us? Will they draw conclusions? I don't know. So these are some of the most important recommendations that we've drafted, and there are 10 or 12 recommendations. Some are quite obvious and some may seem less obvious. And let's move on now to details.
Our recommendation is to come up with a special national council for physical activity that would develop our new strategy directed to all social groups. That's a huge task, but it would require different experts to join their forces. Building strong interdisciplinary group of experts from different domains, including urban studies, architecture, for holistic and efficient implementation of the recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing is to write the recommendations. The other is to implement them really. We all know that only too well. We would like to come up with new updated Polish recommendations. We do have global recommendations. They're excellent. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. And yet, we need to make some adaptations to include the specificity of Poland. Professor Osiński insisted, actually, that we should offer preparing a new act on physical culture to extend the scope of the current act on sports so that it refers not only to athletes but also to the whole society. And we even shared some suggestions how physical culture could be promoted so that we can encourage people. We also offer in the recommendations coming up with conditions to organize a national campaign for physical education that would be organized regularly with some great awards, with media coverage to utilize the best success stories. We know that the Ministry of Sports has their own ideas. We have our own ideas. So I remember very well when we had discussions with the vice ministries on healthy study program, to healthy stadiums, program, so that we could use stadiums to also promote healthy eating and public sports. And this was attended by such great clubs as Manchester City, Liverpool, and so on and so forth. And my director said, well, Professor, yeah, it sounds great, but we have our own ideas. And that was it. They had their own ideas, right? So these are quite natural things to improvement of infrastructure at schools and adaptation of infrastructure to the needs of children, changing the curriculum of physical education, also offering additional activities to children and young people, and making such facilities as stadiums more available to children, and improved access to infrastructure such as cycle paths and popularization of environmentally friendly transportation. There is also a number of suggestions regarding scientific research. It's not easy to find money to conduct such studies, which is a pity. This is one of the most important recommendations. And on this slide, you can see actually what Professor Molik mentioned, which is this physical literacy. This is included in our recommendations. In the end, we want to have lifelong activity. And our main players in this area would be not only central institutions, but also schools, universities, local governments, and families. Ladies and gentlemen, if we achieve that, we will definitely succeed. And I was able to fit my presentation into my time slot. Professor, thank you. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was the final presentation. So we're left with like some 5 minutes for a discussion, a brief one, which I don't know whether it makes a lot of sense. So maybe first let me ask you, dear audience, do you have any questions? Would any one of you like to take some active part in this debate? None. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that it's very late, so I'd like to thank all of you for participating in this session. I hope it was very interesting to you and that you stayed here till that late hour because you really wanted to obtain this valuable chunk of knowledge, and we hope we delivered that. We were very happy to present all of this to you. As you can see, there is a multitude of recommendations, policies, but if you look at the national implementation, especially in Poland, well, there are many question marks, not to mention the consequences of this implementation. And the research have proven, we referred to Eurobarometer, for example, that we have some very negative tendencies when it comes to children. I wish you a pleasant evening and thank you very much for your participation in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's give applause to Professor Zryszko, who was an excellent moderator of this session. Thank you very much. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing day 1 of our International Congress. We've had some intense debates and presentations devoted to holistic prevention. I thank all the speakers, moderators, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have day 2 of the conference. It all starts right here at 9 o'clock in the morning. See you then and have a pleasant evening. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure to be your moderator today. Thank you and see you tomorrow.